Story 7, Virtue in War, Parts 4 and 5. 4. Lige awakened into a world obscured by blue fog. Somebody was gently shaking him. "Get up! We're going to move." The regiment was buckling up itself. From the trail came the loud creak of a light battery moving ahead. The tones of all men were low. The faces of the officers were composed, serious. The regiment found itself moving along behind the battery before it had time to ask itself more than 100 questions. The trail wound through a dense, tall jungle, dark, heavy with dew. The battle broke with a snap, far ahead. Presently Lige heard from the air above him a faint, low note as if somebody were blowing softly in the mouth of a bottle. It was a stray bullet which had wandered a mile to tell him that war was before him. He nearly broke his neck looking upward. "Did you hear that?" But the men were fretting to get out of this gloomy jungle. They wanted to see something. The faint rup, 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 rup on in the front told them that the fight had begun. Death was abroad, and so the mystery of this wilderness excited them. This wilderness was portentously still and dark. They passed the battery aligned on a hill above the trail, and they had not gone far when the gruff guns began to roar, and they could hear the rocket-like swish of the flying shells. Presently everybody must have called out for the assistance of the 307th. Aides and couriers came flying back to them. "Is this the 307th? Hurry up your men, please, Colonel. You're needed more every minute." Oh, they were they? Then the regulars were not going to do all the fighting. The old 307th was bitterly proud, or proudly bitter. They left their blanket rolls under the guard of God and pushed on, which is one of the reasons why the Cubans of that part of the country were, later, so well equipped. There began to appear fields, hot, golden green in the sun. On some palm-dotted knolls before them they could see little lines of black dots, the American advance. A few men fell, struck down by other men who, perhaps half a mile away, were aiming at somebody else. The loss was wholly in Carmony's battalion, which immediately bunched and backed away, coming with a shock against Gates's advance company. This shock sent a tremor through all of Gates's battalion until men in the very last files cried out nervously, "Well, what in hell is up now?" There came an order to deploy and advance. An occasional hoarse yell from the regulars could be heard. The deploying made Gates's heart bleed for the colonel. The old man stood there directing the movement, straight, fearless, somberly defiant of everything. Carmony's 4 companies were like 4 herds. And all the time the bullets, from no living man knows where, kept pecking at them and pecking at them. Gates, the excellent Gates, the highly educated and strictly military Gates, grew rankly insubordinate. He knew that the regiment was suffering from nothing but the deadly range and oversweep of the modern rifle, of which many proud and confident nations know nothing save that they have killed savages with it, which is the least of all informations. Gates rushed upon Carmony. Blank it, man, if you can't get your people to deploy, for blank's sake give me a chance. I'm stuck in the woods." Carmony gave nothing, but Gates took all he could get, and his battalion deployed and advanced like men. The old colonel almost burst into tears, and he cast one quick glance of gratitude at Gates, which the younger officer wore on his heart like a secret decoration. There was a wild scramble uphill, down dale, through thorny thickets. Death smote them with a kind of slow rhythm, leisurely taking a man now here, now there, but the cat-spit sound of the bullets was always. A large number of the men of Carmony's battalion came on with Gates. They were willing to do anything, anything. They had no real fault, unless it was that early conclusion that any brave, high-minded youth was necessarily a good soldier, immediately, from the beginning. In them had been born a swift feeling that the unpopular Gates knew everything, and they followed the trained soldier. If they followed him, he certainly took them into it. As they swung heavily up one steep hill, like so many wind-blown horses, they came suddenly out into the real advance. Little blue groups of men were making frantic rushes forward and then flopping down on their bellies to fire volleys while other groups made rushes. Ahead they could see a heavy house-like fort which was inadequate to explain from whence came the myriad bullets. The remainder of the scene was landscape. Pale men, yellow men, blue men came out of this landscape, quiet and sad-eyed with wounds. Often they were grimly facetious. There is nothing in the American regulars so amazing as his conduct when he is wounded, his apologetic limp, his deprecatory arm-sling, his embarrassed and ashamed shot-hole through the lungs. The men of the 307th looked at calm creatures who had divers punctures, and they were made better. These men told them that it was only necessary to keep a-goin'. They of the 307th lay on their bellies, red, sweating, and panting, and heeded the voice of the elder brother. Gates walked back of his line, very white of face, but hard and stern past anything his men knew of him. After they had violently abjured him to lie down, and he had given weak backs a cold, stiff touch, the 307th charged by rushes. The hatless colonel made frenzied speech, but the man of the time was Gates. The men seemed to feel that this was his business. Some of the regular officers said afterward that the advance of the 307th was very respectable indeed. They were rather surprised, they said. At least 5 of the crack regiments of the regular army were in this division, and the 307th could win no more than a feeling of kindly appreciation. Yes, it was very good indeed, but did you notice what was being done at the same moment by the 12th, the 17th, the 7th, the 8th, the 25th, the... Gates felt that his charge was being a success. He was carrying out a successful function. 2 captains fell bang on the grass, and a lieutenant slumped quietly down with a death wound. Many men sprawled suddenly. Gates was keeping his men almost even with the regulars, who were charging on his flanks. Suddenly he thought that he must have come close to the fort, and that a Spaniard had tumbled a great stone block down upon his leg. 12 hands reached out to help him, but he cried, "No, damn your souls! Go on! Go on!" He closed his eyes for a moment, and it really was only for a moment. When he opened them he found himself alone with Lige Wigram, who lay on the ground near him. "Maje," said Lige, "you're a good man. I've been a follerin' you all day, and I want to say you're a good man." The major turned a coldly scornful eye upon the private. "Where are you wounded? Can you walk? Well, if you can, go to the rear and leave me alone. I'm bleeding to death, and you bother me." Lige, despite the pain in his wounded shoulder, grew indignant. "Well," he mumbled, "you and me have been on the outs for a long time, and I only wanted to tell yer that what I seen of you to day has made me feel mighty different." "Go to the rear, if you can walk," said the major. "Now, Maje, look here, a little thing like that " "Go to the rear." Lige gulped with sobs. "Maje, I know I didn't understand you at first, but rather 'n let a little thing like that come between us, I'd " "Go to the rear." In this reiteration Lige discovered a resemblance to that first old offensive phrase, "Come to attention and salute." He pondered over the resemblance, and he saw that nothing had changed. The man bleeding to death was the same man to whom he had once paid a friendly visit with unfriendly results. He thought now that he perceived a certain hopeless gulf, a gulf which is real or unreal, according to circumstances. Sometimes all men are equal. Occasionally they are not. If Gates had ever criticized Lige's manipulation of a hay fork on the farm at home, Lige would have furiously disdained his hate or blame. He saw now that he must not openly approve the major's conduct in war. The major's pride was in his business, and his, Lige's, congratulations were beyond all enduring. The place where they were lying suddenly fell under a new heavy rain of bullets. They sputtered about the men, making the noise of large grasshoppers. "Major!" cried Lige. "Major Gates! It won't do for you to be left here, sir. You'll be killed." "But you can't help it, lad. You take care of yourself." "I'm damned if I do," said the private vehemently. "If I can't get you out, I'll stay and wait." The officer gazed at his man with that same icy, contemptuous gaze. "I'm a dead man, anyhow. You go to the rear. Do you hear?" "No." The dying major drew his revolver, cocked it, and aimed it unsteadily at Lige's head. "Will you obey orders?" "No." "One?" "No." "Two?" "No." Gates weakly dropped his revolver. "Go to the devil, then. You're no soldier, but " He tried to add something. "But " He heaved a long moan. "But you oh, I'm so tired." V. After the battle 3 correspondents happened to meet on the trail. They were hot, dusty, weary, hungry, and thirsty, and they repaired to the shade of a mango tree and sprawled luxuriously. Among them they mustered 20 friends who on that day had gone to the far shore of the hereafter, but their senses were no longer resonant. Shackles was babbling plaintively about mint juleps, and others were bidding him to have done. "By the way," said one at last, "it's too bad about poor old Gates of the 307th. He bled to death. His men were crazy. They were blubbering and cursing around there like wild people. It seemed that when they got back there to look for him they found him just about gone, and another wounded man was trying to stop the flow with his hat. His hat, mind you. Poor old Gatesy." "Oh, no, Shackles," said the third man of the party. "Oh, no, you're wrong. The best mint juleps in the world were made right in New York, Philadelphia, or Boston. That Kentucky idea is only a tradition." A wounded man approached them. He had been shot through the shoulder, and his shirt had been diagonally cut away, leaving much bare skin. Over the bullet's point of entry there was a kind of white spider, shaped from pieces of adhesive plaster. Over the point of departure there was a bloody bulb of cotton strapped to the flesh by other pieces of adhesive plaster. His eyes were dreamy, wistful, sad. "Say, gents, any of you got a bottle?" he asked. A correspondent raised himself suddenly and looked with bright eyes at the soldier. "Well, you have got a nerve," he said, grinning. "Have we got a bottle, eh? Who in hell do you think we are? If we had a bottle of good liquor, do you suppose we could let the whole army drink out of it? You have too much faith in the generosity of men, my friend." The soldier stared ox-like, and finally said, "Huh?" "I say," continued the correspondent, somewhat more loudly, "that if we had had a bottle we would have probably finished it ourselves by this time." "But," said the other, dazed, "I meant an empty bottle. I didn't mean no full bottle." The correspondent was humorously irascible. "An empty bottle? You must be crazy. Who ever heard of a man looking for an empty bottle? It ain't sense. I've seen a million men looking for full bottles, but you're the first man I ever saw who insisted on the bottle's being empty. What in the world do you want it for?" "Well, you see, mister," explained Lige slowly, "our major he was killed this morning, and we're just going to bury him, and I thought I'd just take a look round and see if I couldn't borry an empty bottle, and then I'd take and write his name and regiment on a paper and put it in the bottle and bury it with him, so's when they come for to dig him up sometime and take him home, there sure wouldn't be no mistake." "Oh." End of Section 11. Story 8. Marines signaling under fire at Guantanamo. They were 4 Guantanamo Marines, officially known for the time as signalmen, and it was their duty to lie in the trenches of Camp McCalla, that faced the water, and by day signal the Marblehead with a flag, and by night signaled the Marblehead with lanterns. It was my good fortune at that time I considered it my bad fortune, indeed to be with them on 2 of the nights when a wild storm of fighting was pealing about the hill, and of all the actions of the war none were so hard on the nerves, none strained courage so near the panic point, as those swift nights in Camp McCalla. With 1,000 rifles rattling, with the field guns booming in your ears, with the diabolic Colt automatic clacking, with the roar of the Marblehead coming from the bay, and last, with Mauser bullets sneering always in the air a few inches over one's head, and with this enduring from dusk to dawn, it is extremely doubtful if any one who was there will be able to forget it easily. The noise, the impenetrable darkness, the knowledge from the sound of the bullets that the enemy was on 3 sides of the camp, the infrequent bloody stumbling and death of some man with whom perhaps one had messed 2 hours previous, the weariness of the body and the more terrible weariness of the mind at the endlessness of the thing, made it wonderful that at least some of the men did not come out of it with their nerves hopelessly in shreds. But as this interesting ceremony proceeded in the darkness, it was necessary for the signal squad to coolly take and send messages. Captain McCalla always participated in the defense of the camp by raking the woods on 2 of its sides with the guns of the Marblehead. Moreover, he was the senior officer present, and he wanted to know what was happening. All night long the crews of the ships in the bay would stare sleeplessly into the blackness toward the roaring hill. The signal squad had an old cracker box placed on top of the trench. When not signaling, they hid the lantern in this box, but as soon as an order to send a message was received, it became necessary for one of the men to stand up and expose the lights. And then, oh my eye, how the guerillas hidden in the gulf of night would turn loose at those yellow gleams! Signaling in this way is done by letting one lantern remain stationary, on top of the cracker box in this case, and moving the other over to the left and right, and so on in the regular gestures of the wigwagging code. It is a very simple system of night communication, but one can see that it presents rare possibilities when used in front of an enemy who, a few hundred yards away, is overjoyed at sighting so definite a mark. How in the name of wonders those 4 men at Camp McCalla were not riddled from head to foot and sent home more as repositories of Spanish ammunition than as Marines is beyond all comprehension. To make a confession, when one of these men stood up to wave his lantern, I, lying in the trench, invariably rolled a little to the right or left, in order that when he was shot he would not fall on me. But the squad came off scatheless, despite the best efforts of the most formidable corps in the Spanish army, the Escuadra de Guantanamo. That it was the most formidable corps in the Spanish army of occupation has been told me by many Spanish officers, and also by General Menocal and other insurgent officers. General Menocal was Garcia's chief of staff when the latter was operating busily in Santiago province. The regiment was composed solely of practicos, or guides, who knew every shrub and tree on the ground over which they moved. Whenever the adjutant, Lieutenant Draper, came plunging along through the darkness with an order, such as "Ask the Marblehead to please shell the woods to the left," my heart would come into my mouth, for I knew then that one of my pals was going to stand up behind the lanterns and have all Spain shoot at him. The answer was always upon the instant, "Yes, sir." Then the bullets began to snap, snap, snap at his head, while all the woods began to crackle like burning straw. I could lie near and watch the face of the signalman, illumined as it was by the yellow shine of lantern light, and the absence of excitement, fright, or any emotion at all on his countenance was something to astonish all theories out of one's mind. The face was in every instance merely that of a man intent upon his business, the business of wigwagging into the gulf of night where a light on the Marblehead was seen to move slowly. These times on the hill resembled in some ways those terrible scenes on the stage, scenes of intense gloom, blinding lightning, with a cloaked devil or assassin or other appropriate character muttering deeply amid the awful roll of the thunder drums. It was theatric beyond words. One felt like a leaf in this booming chaos, this prolonged tragedy of the night. Amid it all one could see from time to time the yellow light on the face of a preoccupied signalman. Possibly no man who was there ever before understood the true eloquence of the breaking of the day. We would lie staring into the east, fairly ravenous for the dawn. Utterly worn to rags, with our nerves standing on end like so many bristles, we lay and watched the east, the unspeakably obdurate and slow east. It was a wonder that the eyes of some of us did not turn to glass balls from the fixity of our gaze. Then there would come into the sky a patch of faint blue light. It was like a piece of moonshine. Some would say it was the beginning of daybreak. Others would declare it was nothing of the kind. Men would get very disgusted with each other in these low-toned arguments held in the trenches. For my part, this development in the eastern sky destroyed many of my ideas and theories concerning the dawning of the day, but then I had never before had occasion to give it such solemn attention. This patch widened and whitened in about the speed of a man's accomplishment if he should be in the way of painting Madison Square Garden with a camel's hair brush. The guerillas always set out to whoop it up about this time, because they knew the occasion was approaching when it would be expedient for them to elope. I, at least, always grew furious with this wretched sunrise. I thought I could have walked around the world in the time required for the old thing to get up above the horizon. One midnight, when an important message was to be sent to the Marblehead, Colonel Huntington came himself to the signal place with Adjutant Draper and Captain McCauley, the quartermaster. When the man stood up to signal, the colonel stood beside him. At sight of the lights, the Spaniards performed as usual. They drove enough bullets into that immediate vicinity to kill all the Marines in the corps. Lieutenant Draper was agitated for his chief. "Colonel, won't you step down, sir?" "Why, I guess not," said the gray old veteran in his slow, sad, always gentle way. "I am in no more danger than the man." "But, sir," began the adjutant. "Oh, it's all right, Draper." So the colonel and the private stood side to side and took the heavy fire without either moving a muscle. Day was always obliged to come at last, punctuated by a final exchange of scattering shots. And the light shone on the Marines, the dumb guns, the flag. Grimy Yellow Face looked into grimy Yellow Face and grinned with weary satisfaction. Coffee! Usually it was impossible for many of the men to sleep at once. It always took me, for instance, some hours to get my nerves combed down. But then it was great joy to lie in the trench with the four signalmen and understand thoroughly that that night was fully over at last, and that, although the future might have in store other bad nights, that one could never escape from the prison house which we call the past. At the wild little fight at Cusco there were some splendid exhibitions of wigwagging under fire. Action began when an advanced detachment of Marines under Lieutenant Lucas with the Cuban guides had reached the summit of a ridge overlooking a small valley where there was a house, a well, and a thicket of some kind of shrub with great, broad, oily leaves. This thicket, which was perhaps an acre in extent, contained the guerillas. The valley was open to the sea. The distance from the top of the ridge to the thicket was barely 200 yards. The Dolphin had sailed up the coast in line with the Marine advance, ready with her guns to assist in any action. Captain Elliott, who commanded the 200 Marines in this fight, suddenly called out for a signalman. He wanted a man to tell the Dolphin to open fire on the house and the thicket. It was a blazing, bitter hot day on top of the ridge, with its shriveled chaparral and its straight, tall cactus plants. The sky was bare and blue and hurt like brass. In 2 minutes the prostrate marines were red and sweating like so many hull-buried stokers in the tropics. Captain Elliott called out, "Where's a signalman? Who's a signalman here?" A red-headed Mick, I think his name was Clancy, at any rate it will do to call him Clancy, twisted his head from where he lay on his stomach pumping his lee, and, saluting, said that he was a signalman. There was no regulation flag with the expedition, so Clancy was obliged to tie his blue polka-dot neckerchief on the end of his rifle. It did not make a very good flag. At first Clancy moved a ways down the safe side of the ridge and wig-wagged there very busily. But what with the flag being so poor for the purpose, and the background of the ridge being so dark, those on the Dolphin did not see it. So Clancy had to return to the top of the ridge and outline himself and his flag against the sky. The usual thing happened. As soon as the Spaniards caught sight of this silhouette, they let go like mad at it. To make things more comfortable for Clancy, the situation demanded that he face the sea and turn his back to the Spanish bullets. This was a hard game, mark you, to stand with the small of your back to volley firing. Clancy thought so. Everybody thought so. We all cleared out of his neighborhood. If he wanted sole possession of any particular spot on that hill, he could have it for all we would interfere with him. It cannot be denied that Clancy was in a hurry. I watched him. He was so occupied with the bullets that snarled close to his ears that he was obliged to repeat the letters of his message softly to himself. It seemed an intolerable time before the Dolphin answered the little signal. Meanwhile we gazed at him, marveling every second that he had not yet pitched headlong. He swore at times. Finally the Dolphin replied to his frantic gesticulation, and he delivered his message. As his part of the transaction was quite finished, whoop! He dropped like a brick into the firing line and began to shoot. Began to get hunky with all those people who had been plugging at him. The blue polka-dot neckerchief still fluttered from the barrel of his rifle. I am quite certain that he let it remain there until the end of the fight. The shells of the Dolphin began to plow up the thicket, kicking the bushes, stones, and soil into the air as if somebody was blasting there. Meanwhile this force of 200 Marines and 50 Cubans, and the force of probably 6 companies of Spanish guerillas, were making such an awful din that the distant Camp McCalla was all alive with excitement. Colonel Huntington sent out strong parties to critical points on the road to facilitate, if necessary, a safe retreat, and also sent 40 men under Lieutenant McGill to come up on the left flank of the 2 companies in action under Captain Elliott. Lieutenant McGill and his men had crowned a hill which covered entirely the flank of the fighting companies, but when the Dolphin opened fire it happened that McGill was in the line of the shots. It became necessary to stop the Dolphin at once. Captain Elliott was not near Clancy at this time, and he called hurriedly for another signalman. Sergeant Quick arose and announced that he was a signalman. He produced from somewhere a blue polka-dot neckerchief as large as a quilt. He tied it on a long, crooked stick. Then he went to the top of the ridge, and turning his back to the Spanish fire, began to signal to the Dolphin. Again we gave a man sole possession of a particular part of the ridge. We didn't want it. He could have it, and welcome. If the young sergeant had had the smallpox, the cholera, and the yellow fever, we could not have slid out with more celerity. As men have often said, it seemed as if there was in this war a God of battles who held his mighty hand before the Americans. As I looked at Sergeant Quick wig-wagging there against the sky, I would not have given a tin tobacco tag for his life. Escape for him seemed impossible. It seemed absurd to hope that he would not be hit. I only hoped that he would be hit just a little, in the arm, the shoulder, or the leg. I watched his face, and it was as grave and serene as that of a man writing in his own library. He was the very embodiment of tranquillity in occupation. He stood there amid the animal-like babble of the Cubans, the crack of rifles, and the whistling snarl of the bullets, and wigwagged whatever he had to wigwag without heeding anything but his business. There was not a single trace of nervousness or haste. To say the least, a fight at close range is absorbing as a spectacle. No man wants to take his eyes from it until that time comes when he makes up his mind to run away. To deliberately stand up and turn your back to a battle is in itself hard work. To deliberately stand up and turn your back to a battle and hear immediate evidences of the boundless enthusiasm with which a large company of the enemy shoot at you from an adjacent thicket is, to my mind at least, a very great feat. One need not dwell upon the detail of keeping the mind carefully upon a slow spelling of an important code message. I saw Quick betray only one sign of emotion. As he swung his clumsy flag to and fro, an end of it once caught in a cactus pillar, and he looked sharply over his shoulder to see what had it. He gave the flag an impatient jerk. He looked annoyed. End of Section 12. Story 9. This Majestic Lie. Part 1. In the twilight a great crowd was streaming up the Prado in Havana. The people had been down to the shore to laugh and twiddle their fingers at the American blockading fleet, mere colorless shapes on the edge of the sea. Gorgeous challenges had been issued to the far-away ships by little children and women, while the men laughed. Havana was happy, for it was known that the illustrious sailor Don Patricio de Montojo had with his fleet met the decaying ships of Juan Dewey and smitten them into stuffing for a baby's pillow. Of course, the American sailors were drunk at the time, but the American sailors were always drunk. Newsboys galloped among the crowd crying La Lucha and La Marina. The papers said, "This is as we foretold. How could it be otherwise when the cowardly Yankees met our brave sailors?" But the tongues of the exuberant people ran more at large. One man said in a loud voice, "How unfortunate it is that we still have to buy meat in Havana when so much pork is floating in Manila Bay." Amid the consequent laughter, another man retorted, "Oh, never mind. That pork in Manila is rotten. It always was rotten." Still another man said, "But, little friend, it would make good manure for our fields if only we had it." And still another man said, "Ah, wait until our soldiers get with the wives of the Americans, and there will be many little Yankees to serve hot on our tables." The men of the Main simply made our appetites good. Never mind the pork in Manila. There will be plenty. Women laughed. Children laughed because their mothers laughed. Everybody laughed. And, a word with you, these people were cackling and chuckling and insulting their own dead men of Spain, for if the poor green corpses floated then in Manila Bay, they were not American corpses. The newsboys came charging with an extra. The inhabitants of Philadelphia had fled to the forests because of a Spanish bombardment, and also Boston was besieged by the Apaches, who had totally invested the town. The Apache artillery had proven singularly effective, and an American garrison had been unable to face it. In Chicago, millionaires were giving away their palaces for 2 or 3 loaves of bread. These dispatches were from Madrid, and every word was truth, but they added little to the enthusiasm because the crowd, God help mankind, was greatly occupied with visions of Yankee pork floating in Manila Bay. This will be thought to be embittered writing. Very well, the writer admits its untruthfulness in one particular. It is untruthful in that it fails to reproduce 1/100th part of the grossness and indecency of popular expression in Havana up to the time when the people knew they were beaten. There were no lights on the Prado or in the streets, because of a military order. In the slow moving crowd there was a young man and an old woman. Suddenly the young man laughed a strange metallic laugh and spoke in English, not cautiously. "That's damned hard to listen to." The woman spoke quickly. "Hush, you little idiot. Do you want to be walking across the grass plot in Cabanas with your arms tied behind you?" Then she murmured sadly, "Johnnie, I wonder if that's true, what they say about Manila." "I don't know," said Johnnie, "but I think they're lying." As they crossed the plaza they could see that the Café Tajon was crowded with Spanish officers in blue and white pajama uniforms. Wine and brandy were being wildly consumed in honour of the victory at Manila. "Let's hear what they say," said Johnnie to his companion, and they moved across the street and in under the portales. The owner of the Café Tajon was standing on a table making a speech amid cheers. He was advocating the crucifixion of such Americans as fell into Spanish hands, and it was all very sweet and white and tender, but above all it was chivalrous, because it is well known that the Spaniards are a chivalrous people. It has been remarked, both by the English newspapers and by the bulls that are bred for the Red Death. And secretly the corpses in Manila Bay mocked this jubilee, the mocking, mocking corpses in Manila Bay. To be blunt, Johnnie was an American spy. Once he had been the manager of a sugar plantation in Pinar del Rio, and during the insurrection it had been his distinguished function to pay tribute money, food and forage alike to Spanish columns and insurgent bands. He was performing this straddle with benefit to his crops and with mildew to his conscience when Spain and the United States agreed to skirmish, both in the name of honour. It then became a military necessity that he should change his base. Whatever of the province that was still alive was sorry to see him go, for he had been a very dexterous man, and food and wine had been in his house even when a man with a mango could gain the envy of an entire Spanish battalion. Without doubt he had been a mere trimmer, but it was because of his crop, and he always wrote the words thus, C-R-O-P. In those days a man of peace and commerce was in a position parallel to the watchmaker who essayed a task in the midst of a drunken brawl with oaths, bottles and bullets flying about his intent, bowed head. So many of them, or all of them, were trimmers, and to any armed force they fervently said, "God assist you." And behold, the trimmers dwelt safely in a tumultuous land and without effort save that their little machines for trimming ran night and day. So many a plantation became covered with a maze of lies as if thick webbing spiders had run from stalk to stalk in the cane. So sometimes a planter incurred an equal hatred from both sides, and when in trouble there was no camp to which he could flee save, straight in the air, the camp of the heavenly host. If Johnnie had not had a crop he would have been plainly on the side of the insurgents, but his crop staked him down to the soil at a point where the Spaniards could always be sure of finding him or his crop. It is the same thing. But when war came between Spain and the United States he could no longer be the cleverest trimmer in Pinar del Rio, and he retreated upon Key West, losing much of his baggage train, not because of panic, but because of wisdom. In Key West he was no longer the manager of a big Cuban plantation. He was a little tan-faced refugee without much money. Mainly he listened. There was naught else to do. In the first place he was a young man of extremely slow speech, and in the Key West Hotel tongues ran like pin wheels. If he had projected his methodic way of thought and speech upon this hurricane, he would have been as effective as the man who tries to smoke against the gale. This truth did not impress him. Really, he was impressed with the fact that although he knew much of Cuba, he could not talk so rapidly and wisely of it as many war correspondents who had not yet seen the island. Usually he brooded in silence over a bottle of beer and the loss of his crop. He received no sympathy, although there was a plenitude of tender souls. War's first step is to make expectations so high that all present things are fogged and darkened in a tense wonder of the future. None cared about the collapse of Johnnie's plantation when all were thinking of the probable collapse of cities and fleets. In the meantime, battleships, monitors, cruisers, gunboats, and torpedo craft arrived, departed, arrived, departed. Rumours sang about the ears of warships hurriedly coaling, and rumours sang about the ears of warships leisurely coming to anchor. This happened and that happened, and if the news arrived at Key West as a mouse, it was often enough cabled north as an elephant. The correspondents at Key West were perfectly capable of adjusting their perspective, but many of the editors in the United States were like deaf men at whom one has to roar. A few quiet words of information was not enough for them. One had to bawl into their ears a whirlwind tale of heroism, blood, death, victory or defeat, at any rate a tragedy. The papers should have sent playwrights to the first part of the war. Playwrights are allowed to lower the curtain from time to time and say to the crowd, "Mark ye now, 3 or 4 months are supposed to elapse, but the poor devils at Key West were obliged to keep the curtain up all the time." This isn't a continuous performance. Yes, it is. It's got to be a continuous performance. The welfare of the paper demands it. The people want news. Very well. Continuous performance. It is strange how men of sense can go aslant at the bidding of other men of sense and combine to contribute to a general mess of exaggeration and bombast. But we did, and in the midst of the furor I remember the still figure of Johnnie, the planter, the ex-trimmer. He looked dazed. This was in May. We all liked him. From time to time some of us heard in his words the vibrant of a thoughtful experience. But it could not be well heard. It was only like the sound of a bell from under the floor. We were too busy with our own clatter. He was taciturn and competent while we solved the war in a babel of tongues. Soon we went about our peaceful paths saying ironically one to another, "War is hell." Meanwhile, managing editors fought us tooth and nail, and we all were sent boxes of medals inscribed "Incompetency." We became furious with ourselves. Why couldn't we send hair-raising dispatches? Why couldn't we inflame the wires? All this we did. If a first-class armored cruiser, which had once been a towboat, fired a 6-pounder shot from her forward 13-inch gun turret, the world heard of it, you bet. We were not idle men. We had come to report the war, and we did it. Our good names and our salaries depended upon it, and we were urged by our managing editors to remember that the American people were a collection of super-nervous idiots who would immediately have convulsions if we did not throw them some news, any news. It was not true at all. The American people were anxious for things decisive to happen. They were not anxious to be lulled to satisfaction with a drug. But we lulled them. We told them this and we told them that, and I warrant you our screaming sounded like the noise of a lot of sea-birds settling for the night among the black crags. In the meantime, Johnnie stared and meditated. In his unhurried, unstartled manner he was singularly like another man who was flying the pennant as commander-in-chief of the North Atlantic Squadron. Johnnie was a refugee. The admiral was an admiral. And yet they were much akin, these two. Their brother was the Strategy Board, the only capable political institution of the war. At Key West the naval officers spoke of their business and were devoted to it, and were bound to succeed in it, but when the flagship was in port the only two people who were independent and sane were the admiral and Johnny. The rest of us were lulling the public with drugs. There was much discussion of the new batteries at Havana. Johnny was a typical American. In Europe a typical American is a man with a hard eye, chin whiskers, and a habit of speaking through his nose. Johnny was a young man of great energy, ready to accomplish a colossal thing for the basic reason that he was ignorant of its magnitude. In fact, he attacked all obstacles in life in a spirit of contempt, seeing them smaller than they were until he had actually surmounted them, when he was likely to be immensely pleased with himself. Somewhere in him there was a sentimental tenderness, but it was like a light seen afar at night. It came, went, appeared again in a new place, flickered, flared, went out, left you in a void and angry. And if his sentimental tenderness was a light, the darkness in which it puzzled you was his irony of soul. This irony was directed first at himself, then at you, then at the nation and the flag, then at God. It was a midnight in which you searched for the little elusive, ashamed spark of tender sentiment. Sometimes you thought this was all pretext, the manner and the way of fear of the wit of others. Sometimes you thought he was a hardened savage. Usually you did not think, but waited, in the cheerful certainty that in time the little flare of light would appear in the gloom. Johnny decided that he would go and spy upon the fortifications of Havana. If any one wished to know of those batteries, it was the admiral of the squadron, but the admiral of the squadron knew much. I feel sure that he knew the size and position of every gun. To be sure, new guns might be mounted at any time, but they would not be big guns, and doubtless he lacked in his cabin less information than would be worth a man's life. Still, Johnny decided to be a spy. He would go and look. We of the newspapers pinned him fast to the tail of our kite, and he was taken to see the admiral. I judged that the admiral did not display much interest in the plan, but at any rate it seemed that he touched Johnny smartly enough with a brush to make him, officially, a spy. Then Johnny bowed and left the cabin. There was no other machinery. If Johnny was to end his life and leave a little book about it, no one cared, least of all Johnny and the admiral. When he came aboard the tug, he displayed his usual stalwart and rather selfish zest for fried eggs. It was all some kind of an ordinary matter. It was done every day. It was the business of packing pork, sewing shoes, binding hay. It was commonplace. No one could adjust it, get it in proportion until afterwards. On a dark night they heaved him into a small boat and rowed him to the beach. And one day he appeared at the door of a little lodging house in Havana kept by Martha Clancy, born in Ireland, bred in New York, 15 years married to a Spanish captain, and now a widow, keeping Cuban lodgers who had no money with which to pay her. She opened the door only a little way and looked down over her spectacles at him. "Good morning, Martha," he said. She looked a moment in silence. Then she made an indescribable gesture of weariness. "Come in," she said. He stepped inside. "And in God's name couldn't you keep your neck out of this rope? And so you had to come here, did you, to Havana? Upon my soul, Johnny, my son, you are the biggest fool on two legs." He moved past her into the courtyard and took his old chair at the table, between the winding stairway and the door, near the orange tree. "Why am I?" he demanded stoutly. She made no reply until she had taken seat in her rocking chair and puffed several times upon a cigarette. Then through the smoke she said meditatively, Everybody knows you are a damned little Mombi." Sometimes she spoke with an Irish accent. He laughed. "I'm no more of a Mombi than you are, anyhow." "I'm no Mombi, but your name is poison to half the Spaniards in Havana. That you know. And if you were once safe in Cayo Hueso, 'tis nobody but a born fool who would come blundering into Havana again. Have you had your dinner?" "What have you got?" he asked before committing himself. She arose and spoke without confidence as she moved toward the cupboard. "There's some codfish salad." "What?" said he. "Codfish salad." "Codfish what?" "Codfish salad. Ain't it good enough for you? Maybe this is Delmonico's. No? Maybe you never heard that the Yankees have us blockaded, eh? Maybe you think food can be picked in the streets here now, eh? I'll tell you one thing, my son, if you stay here long you'll see the want of it, and so you had best not throw it over your shoulder." The spy settled determinedly in his chair and delivered himself his final decision. "That may be true, but I'm damned if I eat codfish salad." Old Martha was a picture of quaint despair. "You'll not?" "No." "Then," she sighed piously, "may the Lord have mercy on ye, Johnnie, for you'll never do here. 'Tis not the time for you. You're due after the blockade. Will you do me the favour of translating why you won't eat codfish salad, you skinny little insurrecto?" "Codfish salad!" he said with a deep sneer. "Who ever heard of it?" Outside, on the jumbled pavement of the street, an occasional two-wheel cart passed with deafening thunder, making one think of the overturning of houses. Down from the pale sky over the patio came a heavy odour of Havana itself, a smell of old straw. The wild cries of vendors could be heard at intervals. "You'll not?" "No." "And why not?" "Codfish salad? Not by a blame sight." "Well, all right, then. You are more of a pig-headed young imbecile than even I thought before seeing you come into Havana here, where half the town knows you, and the poorest Spaniard would give a gold piece to see you go into Cabañas and forget to come out. Did I tell you my son, Alfred, is sick? Yes, poor little fellow, he lies up in the room you used to have. The fever. And did you see Woodham in Key West? Heaven save us, what quick time he made in getting out. I hear Figtree and Button are working in the cable office over there, no? And when is the war going to end? Are the Yankees going to try to take Havana? It will be a hard job, Johnnie. The Spaniards say it is impossible. Everybody is laughing at the Yankees. I hate to go into the street and hear them. Is General Lee going to lead the army? What's become of Springer? I see you've got a new pair of shoes." In the evening there was a sudden loud knock at the outer door. Martha looked at Johnnie and Johnnie looked at Martha. He was still sitting in the patio smoking. She took the lamp and set it on a table in the little parlour. This parlour connected the street door with the patio, and so Johnnie would be protected from the sight of the people who knocked by the broad illuminated tract. Martha moved in pensive fashion upon the latch. "Who's there?" she asked casually. "The police." There it was, an old melodramatic incident from the stage, from the romances. One could scarce believe it. It had all the dignity of a classic resurrection. "The police." One sneers at its probability. It is too venerable. But so it happened. "Who?" said Martha. "The police." "What do you want here?" "Open the door and we'll tell you." Martha drew back the ordinary huge bolts of a Havana house and opened the door a trifle. "Tell me what you want and be gone quickly," she said, "for my little boy is ill of the fever." She could see 4 or 5 dim figures, and now one of these suddenly placed a foot well within the door so that she might not close it. "We have come for Johnnie. We must search your house." "Johnnie? Johnnie? Who is Johnnie?" said Martha in her best manner. The police inspector grinned with a light upon his face. "Don't you know Señor Johnny from Pinar del Rio?" he asked. "Before the war, yes. But now, where is he? He must be in Key West." "He is in your house." "He? In my house? Do me the favour to think that I have some intelligence. Would I be likely to be harbouring a Yankee in these times? You must think I have no more head than an orden publico. And I'll not have you search my house, for there is no one here save my son, who is maybe dying of the fever, and the doctor. The doctor is with him because now is the crisis, and any one little thing may kill or cure my boy, and you will do me the favour to consider what may happen if I allow 5 or 6 heavy-footed policemen to go tramping all over my house. You may think—" "Stop it!" said the chief police officer at last. He was laughing and weary and angry. Martha checked her flow of Spanish. "There," she thought, "I've done my best. He ought to fall in with it." But as the police entered she began on them again. "You will search the house whether I like it or no. Very well. But if anything happens to my boy. It is a nice way of conduct, anyhow, coming into the house of a widow at night, and talking much about this Yankee and— For God's sake, Señora, hold your tongue. We— Oh, yes, the Señora can for God's sake very well hold her tongue, but that wouldn't assist you men into the street where you belong. Take care, if my sick boy suffers from this prowling. No, you'll find nothing in that wardrobe, and do you think he would be under the table? Don't overturn all that linen. Look at you when you go upstairs. Tread lightly." Leaving a man on guard at the street door and another at the patio, the chief policeman and the remainder of his men ascended to the gallery from which opened 3 sleeping rooms. They were followed by Martha adjuring them to make no noise. The first room was empty. The second room was empty. As they approached the door of the third room, Martha whispered supplications. "Now, in the name of God, don't disturb my boy." The inspector motioned his men to pause, and then he pushed open the door. Only one weak candle was burning in the room, and its yellow light fell upon the bed whereon was stretched the figure of a little curly-headed boy in a white nightie. He was asleep, but his face was pink with fever, and his lips were murmuring some half-coherent childish nonsense. At the head of the bed stood the motionless figure of a man. His back was to the door, but upon hearing a noise he held a solemn hand. There was an odour of medicine. Out on the balcony Martha apparently was weeping. The inspector hesitated for a moment. Then he noiselessly entered the room and with his yellow cane prodded under the bed, in the cupboard, and behind the window curtains. Nothing came of it. He shrugged his shoulders and went out to the balcony. He was smiling sheepishly. Evidently he knew that he had been beaten. "Very good, Señora," he said. "You are clever. Some day I shall be clever too." He shook his finger at her. He was threatening her, but he affected to be playful. "Then beware, beware." Martha replied blandly. "My late husband, el Capitan Señor Don Patricio de Castellan y Valladolid, was a cavalier of Spain, and if he was alive to night he would now be cutting the ears from the heads of you and your miserable men who smell frightfully of cognac." "Por Dios!" muttered the inspector, as followed by his band he made his way down the spiral staircase. "It is a tongue, one vast tongue." At the street door they made ironical bows. They departed. They were angry men. Johnny came down when he heard Martha bolting the door behind the police. She brought back the lamp to the table in the patio and stood beside it, thinking. Johnny dropped into his old chair. The expression on the spy's face was curious. It pictured glee, anxiety, self-complacency. Above all, it pictured self-complacency. Martha said nothing. She was still by the lamp, musing. The long silence was suddenly broken by a tremendous guffaw from Johnny. Did you ever see such a lot of fools?" He leaned his head far back and roared victorious merriment. Martha was almost dancing in her apprehension. "Hush! Be quiet, you little demon! Hush! Do me the favour to allow them to get to the corner before you bellow like a walrus. Be quiet!" The spy ceased his laughter and spoke in indignation. "Why?" he demanded. "Ain't I got a right to laugh?" "Not with a noise like a cow falling into a cucumber frame," she answered sharply. "Do me the favour." Then she seemed overwhelmed with a sense of the general hopelessness of Johnnie's character. She began to wag her head. "Oh, but you are the boy for getting yourself into the tiger's cage without even so much as the thought of a pocket knife in your thick head. You would be a genius of the first water if you only had a little sense. And now you're here, what are you going to do?" He grinned at her. "I'm going to hold an inspection of the land and sea defences of the city of Havana." Martha's spectacles dropped low on her nose, and looking over the rims of them in grave meditation, she said, "If you can't put up with a codfish salad, you had better make short work of your inspection of the land and sea defences of the city of Havana. You are likely to starve in the meantime. A man who is particular about his food has come to the wrong town if he is in Havana now." "No, but," asked Johnnie seriously, "haven't you any bread?" "Bread?" "Well, coffee then? Coffee alone will do." "Coffee?" Johnnie arose deliberately and took his hat. Martha eyed him. "And where do you think you are going?" she asked cuttingly. Still deliberate, Johnnie moved in the direction of the street door. "I'm going where I can get something to eat." Martha sank into a chair with a moan which was a finished opinion, almost a definition, of Johnnie's behaviour in life. "And where will you go?" she asked faintly. "Oh, I don't know," he rejoined. "Some café. Guess I'll go to the Café Aguacate. They feed you well there, I remember." "You remember? They remember. They know you as well as if you were the sign over the door." "Oh, they won't give me away," said Johnnie with stalwart confidence. "Give you away? Give you away?" stammered Martha. The spy made no answer, but went to the door, unbarred it, and passed into the street. Martha caught her breath and ran after him, and came face to face with him as he turned to shut the door. "Johnnie, if you come back, bring a loaf of bread. I'm dying for one good honest bite in a slice of bread." She heard his peculiar derisive laugh as she bolted the door. She returned to her chair in the patio. "Well, there," she said with affection, admiration, and contempt, "there he goes, the most hard-headed little ignoramus in 20 nations. What does he care? Nothing. And why is it? Pure bred in the bone ignorance. Just because he can't stand codfish salad he goes out to a café. A café where they know him as if they had made him. Well, I won't see him again probably, but if he comes back I hope he brings some bread. I'm near dead for it." Section 14. Story 9. This Majestic Lie, Parts 2 through 4. 2. Johnnie strolled carelessly through dark, narrow streets. Near every corner were 2 orden publicos, a kind of soldier police, quiet in the shadow of some doorway, their Remingtons ready, their eyes shining. Johnnie walked past as if he owned them, and their eyes followed him with a sort of lazy mechanical suspicion which was militant in none of its moods. Johnnie was suffering from a desire to be splendidly imprudent. He wanted to make the situation gasp and thrill and tremble. From time to time he tried to conceive the idea of his being caught, but to save his eyes he could not imagine it. Such an event was impossible to his peculiar breed of fatalism, which could not have conceded death until he had mouldered 7 years. He arrived at the Café Aguacate and found it much changed. The thick wooden shutters were up to keep light from shining into the street. Inside there were only a few Spanish officers. Johnny walked to the private rooms at the rear. He found an empty one and pressed the electric button. When he had passed through the main part of the café no one had noted him. The first to recognize him was the waiter who answered the bell. This worthy man turned to stone before the presence of Johnny. "Buenas noches, Francisco," said the spy, enjoying himself. "I have hunger. Bring me bread, butter, eggs, and coffee." There was a silence. The waiter did not move. Johnny smiled casually at him. The man's throat moved. Then, like one suddenly re-endowed with life, he bolted from the room. After a long time he returned with the proprietor of the place. In the wicked eye of the latter there gleamed the light of a plan. He did not respond to Johnny's genial greeting, but at once proceeded to develop his position. "Johnny," he said, "bread is very dear in Havana. It is very dear." "Is it?" said Johnny, looking keenly at the speaker. He understood at once that here was some sort of an attack upon him. "Yes," answered the proprietor of the Café Aguacate, slowly and softly. "It is very dear. I think to night one small bit of bread will cost you 1 centene in advance." A centene approximates $5 in gold. The spy's face did not change. He appeared to reflect. "And how much for the butter?" he asked at last. The proprietor gestured. "There is no butter. Do you think we can have everything with those Yankee pigs sitting out there on their ships?" "And how much for the coffee?" asked Johnny musingly. Again the two men surveyed each other during a period of silence. Then the proprietor said gently, "I think your coffee will cost you about 2 centenes." "And the eggs?" "Eggs are very dear. I think eggs would cost you about 3 centenes for each one." The new looked at the old. The North Atlantic looked at the Mediterranean. The wooden nutmeg looked at the olive. Johnny slowly took 6 centenes from his pocket and laid them on the table. "That's for bread, coffee, and 1 egg. I don't think I could eat more than 1 egg to night. I'm not so hungry as I was." The proprietor held a perpendicular finger and tapped the table with it. "Oh, señor," he said politely, "I think you would like 2 eggs." Johnny saw the finger. He understood it. "Yes," he drawled, "I would like 2 eggs." He placed 3 more centenes on the table. "And a little thing for the waiter? I am sure his services will be excellent, invaluable." "Yes, for the waiter." Another centene was laid on the table. The proprietor bowed and preceded the waiter out of the room. There was a mirror on the wall, and springing to his feet, the spy thrust his face close to the honest glass. "Well, I'm damned!" he ejaculated. "Is this me? Or is this the Honorable D. Hayseed Whiskers of Kansas? Who am I, anyhow? $5 in gold! Say, these people are clever. They know their business, they do. Bread, coffee, and 2 eggs, and not even sure of getting it. $50. Never mind. Wait until the war is over. $50 gold." He sat for a long time. Nothing happened. He said at last. "That's the game." As the front door of the café closed upon him, he heard the proprietor and one of the waiters burst into derisive laughter. Martha was waiting for him. "And here you are, safe back," she said with delight as she let him enter. "And did you bring the bread? Did you bring the bread?" But she saw that he was raging like a lunatic. His face was red and swollen with temper. His eyes shot forth gleams. Presently he stood before her in the patio where the light fell on him. "Don't speak to me!" he choked out, waving his arms. "Don't speak to me! Damn your bread! I went to the Café Aguacate. Oh, yes, I went there. Of course I did. And do you know what they did to me? No. Oh, they didn't do anything to me at all. Not a thing. $50. 10 gold pieces." "May the saints guard us!" cried Martha. "And what was that for?" "Because they wanted them more than I did," snarled Johnnie. "Don't you see the game? I go into the Café Aguacate. The owner of the place says to himself, 'Hello! Here's that Yankee what they call Johnnie. He's got no right here in Havana. I guess I'll peach on him to the police. They'll put him in Cabanas as a spy.' Then he does a little more thinking, and finally he says, 'No, I guess I won't peach on him just this minute. First I'll take a small flyer myself.' So in he comes and looks me right in the eye and says, 'Excuse me, but it will be a centene for the bread, a centene for the coffee, and eggs are at 3 centenes each. Besides, there will be a small matter of another gold piece for the waiter.' I think this over. I think it over hard. He's clever, anyhow. When this cruel war is over I'll be after him. I'm a nice secret agent of the United States government, I am. I am here to be too clever for all the Spanish police, and the first thing I do is get buncoed by a rotten little thimble rigger in a café. Oh, yes, I'm all right." "May the saints guard us!" cried Martha again. "I'm old enough to be your mother, or maybe your grandmother, and I've seen a lot, but it's many a year since I laid eyes on such a ignorant, wrong-headed little red Indian as ye are. Why didn't ye take my advice and stay here at the house with decency and comfort? But he must be all for doing everything high and mighty. The Café Aguacate, if you please. No plain food for his Highness. He turns up his nose at codfish salad. Thunder and lightnin', are you going to ram that thing down my throat every 2 minutes, are you?" And in truth she could see that one more reference to that illustrious viand would break the back of Johnnie's gentle disposition as one breaks a twig on the knee. She shifted with Celtic ease. "Did you bring the bread?" she asked. He gazed at her for a moment and suddenly laughed. "I forgot to mention," he informed her impressively, "that they did not take the trouble to give me either the bread, the coffee, or the eggs." "The powers!" cried Martha. "But it's all right. I stopped at a shop." From his pockets he brought a small loaf, some kind of German sausage, and a flask of Jamaica rum. About all I could get, and they didn't want to sell them, either. They expect presently they can exchange a box of sardines for a grand piano. "We are not blockaded by the Yankee warships. We are blockaded by our grocers," said Martha, quoting the epidemic Havana saying. But she did not delay long from the little loaf. She cut a slice from it and sat eagerly munching. Johnnie seemed more interested in the Jamaica rum. He looked up from his second glass, however, because he heard a peculiar sound. The old woman was weeping. "What's this?" he demanded in distress, but with the manner of a man who thinks gruffness is the only thing that will make people feel better and cease. "What's this, anyhow? What are you crying for?" "It's the bread," sobbed Martha. "It's the bread." "Huh? What's the matter with it?" "It's so good, so good." The rain of tears did not prevent her from continuing her unusual report. "Oh, it's so good. This is the first in weeks. I didn't know bread could be so like heaven." "Here," said Johnnie seriously, "take a little mouthful of this rum. It will do you good." "No, I only want the bread." "Well, take the bread, too. There you are. Now you feel better. By Jove, when I think of that Café Aguacate man! $50 gold! And then not to get anything either. Say, after the war I'm going there, and I'm just going to raze that place to the ground. You see, I'll make him think he can charge me $15 for an egg. and then not give me the egg. 3. Johnny's subsequent activity in Havana could truthfully be related in part to a certain temporary price of eggs. It is interesting to note how close that famous event got to his eye, so that, according to the law of perspective, it was as big as the Capitol of Washington, where centers the spirit of his nation. Around him he felt a similar and ferocious expression of life which informed him too plainly that if he was caught he was doomed. Neither the garrison nor the citizens of Havana would tolerate any nonsense in regard to him if he was caught. He would have the steel screw against his neck in short order, and what was the main thing to bear him up against the desire to run away before his work was done? A certain temporary price of eggs? It not only hid the Capitol of Washington, it obscured the dangers in Havana. Something was learned of the Santa Clara battery, because one morning an old lady in black, accompanied by a young man, evidently her son, visited a house which was to rent on the height in rear of the battery. The portero was too lazy and sleepy to show them over the premises, but he granted them permission to investigate for themselves. They spent most of their time on the flat, parapeted roof of the house. At length they came down and said that the place did not suit them. The portero went to sleep again. Johnny was never discouraged by the thought that his operations would be of small benefit to the admiral commanding the fleet in adjacent waters, and to the general commanding the army which was not going to attack Havana from the land side. At that time it was all the world's opinion that the army from Tampa would presently appear on the Cuban beach at some convenient point to the east or west of Havana. It turned out, of course, that the condition of the defences of Havana was of not the slightest military importance to the United States, since the city was never attacked either by land or sea. But Johnny could not foresee this. He continued to take his fancy risk, continued his majestic lie, with satisfaction, sometimes with delight, and with pride. And in the psychologic distance was old Martha dancing with fear and shouting, "Oh, Johnny, me son, what a born fool ye are!" Sometimes she would address him thus, "And when ye learn all this, how are ye going to get out with it?" She was contemptuous. He would reply, as serious as a Cossack in his fatalism, "Oh, I'll get out some way." His manoeuvres in the vicinity of Reja and Guanabacoa were of a brilliant character. He haunted the sunny, long grass in the manner of a jack rabbit. Sometimes he slept under a palm, dreaming of the American advance fighting its way along the military road to the foot of Spanish defences. Even when awake he often dreamed it, and thought of the all-day crash and hot roar of an assault. Without consulting Washington, he had decided that Havana should be attacked from the southeast. An advance from the west would be contested right up to the bar of the Hotel Inglaterra. But when the first ridge of the southeast would be taken, the whole city with most of its defences would lie under the American siege guns. And the approach to this position was as reasonable as any approach toward the muzzles of magazine rifles. Johnny viewed the grassy fields always as a prospective battle ground, and one can see him lying there, filling the landscape with visions of slow-crawling black infantry columns, galloping batteries of artillery, streaks of faint blue smoke marking the modern firing lines, clouds of dust, a vision of 10,000 tragedies. And his ears heard the noises. But he was no idle shepherd boy, with a head haunted by sombre and glorious fancies. On the contrary, he was much occupied with practical matters. Some months after the close of the war he asked me, "Were you ever fired at from very near?" I explained some experiences which I had stupidly esteemed as having been rather near. "But did you ever have 'em fire a volley on you from close, very close, say 30 feet?" Highly scandalized, I answered, "No. In that case I would not be the crowning feature of the Smithsonian Institute." "Well," he said, "it's a funny effect. You feel as every hair on your head had been snatched out by the roots." Questioned further, he said, "I walked right up on a Spanish outpost at daybreak once, and about 20 men let go at me. Thought I was a Cuban army, I suppose." "What did you do?" "I run." "Did they hit you at all?" "Nah." It had been arranged that some light ship of the squadron should rendezvous with him at a certain lonely spot on the coast on a certain day and hour and pick him up. He was to wave something white. His shirt was not white, but he waved it whenever he could see the signal tops of a war ship. It was a very tattered banner. After a 10-mile scramble through almost pathless thickets he had very little on him which respectable men would call a shirt, and the less one says about his trousers the better. This naked savage, then, walked all day up and down a small bit of beach waving a brown rag. At night he slept in the sand. At full daybreak he began to wave his rag. At noon he was waving his rag. At nightfall he donned his rag and strove to think of it as a shirt. Thus passed 2 days, and nothing had happened. Then he retraced a 25-mile way to the house of old Martha. At first she took him to be one of Havana's terrible beggars, and cried, "And do you come here for alms? Look out that I do not beg of you." The one unchanged thing was his laugh of pure mockery. When she heard it she dragged him through the door. He paid no heed to her ejaculations, but went straight to where he had hidden some gold. As he was untying a bit of string from the neck of a small bag, he said, "How is little Alfred?" "Recovered, thank heaven." He handed Martha a piece of gold. "Take this and buy what you can on the corner. I'm hungry." Martha departed with expedition. Upon her return she was beaming. She had foraged a thin chicken, a bunch of radishes, and 2 bottles of wine. Johnnie had finished the radishes and 1 bottle of wine when the chicken was still a long way from the table. He called stoutly for more, and so Martha passed again into the street with another gold piece. She bought more radishes, more wine, and some cheese. They had a grand feast, with Johnnie audibly wondering until a late hour why he had waved his rag in vain. There was no end to his suspense, no end to his work. He knew everything. He was an animate guide book. After he knew a thing once, he verified it in several different ways in order to make sure. He fitted himself for a useful career like a young man in a college, with the difference that the shadow of the garret fell ever upon his way, and that he was occasionally shot at, and that he could not get enough to eat, and that his existence was apparently forgotten, and that he contracted the fever, but one cannot think of the terms in which to describe a futility so vast, so colossal. He had builded a little boat, and the sea had receded and left him and his boat 1,000 miles inland on the top of a mountain. The war fate had left Havana out of its plan, and thus isolated Johnnie and his several pounds of useful information. The war fate left Havana to become the somewhat indignant victim of a peaceful occupation at the close of the conflict, and Johnnie's data were worth as much as a carpenter's lien on the North Pole. He had suffered and labored for about as complete a bit of absolute nothing as one could invent. If the company which owned the sugar plantation had not generously continued his salary during the war, he would not have been able to pay his expenses on the amount allowed him by the government, which, by the way, was a more complete bit of absolute nothing than one could possibly invent. 4. I met Johnnie in Havana in October, 1898. If I remember rightly, the U.S.S. Resolute and the U.S.S. Scorpion were in the harbor, but beyond these two terrible engines of destruction there were not as yet any of the more stern signs of the American success. Many Americans were to be seen in the streets of Havana, where they were not in any way molested. Among them was Johnny in white duck and a straw hat, cool, complacent, and with eyes rather more steady than ever. I addressed him upon the subject of his supreme failure, but I could not perturb his philosophy. In reply he simply asked me to dinner. "Come to the Café Aguacate at 7:30 to night," he said. "I haven't been there in a long time. We shall see if they cook as well as ever." I turned up promptly and found Johnny in a private room smoking a cigar in the presence of a waiter who was blue in the gills. "I've ordered the dinner," he said cheerfully. "Now I want to see if you won't be surprised how well they can do here in Havana." I was surprised. I was dumbfounded. Rarely in the history of the world have two rational men sat down to such a dinner. It must have taxed the ability and endurance of the entire working force of the establishment to provide it. The variety of dishes was of course related to the markets of Havana, but the abundance and general profligacy was related only to Johnny's imagination. Neither of us had an appetite. Our fancies fled in confusion before this puzzling luxury. I looked at Johnny as if he were a native of Tibet. I had thought him to be a most simple man, and here I found him revelling in food like a fat old senator of Rome's decadence. And if the dinner itself put me to open-eyed amazement, the names of the wines finished everything. Apparently Johnny had had but one standard, and that was the cost. If a wine had been very expensive, he had ordered it. I began to think him probably a maniac. At any rate, I was sure that we were both fools. Seeing my fixed stare, he spoke with affected languor. "I wish peacock's brains and melted pearls were to be had here in Havana. We'd have 'em." Then he grinned. As a mere skirmisher, I said, "In New York we think we dine well. But really this, you know, well, Havana." Johnny waved his hand pompously. "Oh, I know." Directly after coffee, Johnny excused himself for a moment and left the room. When he returned he said briskly, "Well, are you ready to go?" As soon as we were in a cab and safely out of hearing of the Café Aguacate, Johnny lay back and laughed long and joyously. But I was very serious. "Look here, Johnny," I said to him solemnly, "when you invite me to dine with you, don't you ever do that again. And I'll tell you one thing. When you dine with me, you will probably get the ordinary table d'hôte." I was an older man. "Oh, that's all right," he cried, and then he, too, grew serious. "Well, as far as I am concerned," he said, "the war is now over." Section 15 War Memories Part 1 "But to get the real thing," cried Vernall, the war correspondent, "it seems impossible. It is because war is neither magnificent nor squalid. It is simply life, and an expression of life can always evade us. We can never tell life, one to another, although sometimes we think we can." When I climbed aboard the dispatch boat at Key West, the mate told me irritably that as soon as we crossed the bar we would find ourselves monkey climbing over heavy seas. It wasn't my fault, but he seemed to insinuate that it was all a result of my incapacity. There were 4 correspondents in the party. The leader of us came aboard with a huge bunch of bananas, which he hung like a chandelier in the center of the tiny cabin. We made acquaintance over, around, and under this bunch of bananas, which really occupied the cabin as a soldier occupies a sentry box. But the bunch did not become really aggressive until we were well at sea. Then it began to spar. With the first roll of the ship it launched its honest pounds at McGurty and knocked him wildly through the door to the deck rail, where he hung, cursing hysterically. Without a moment's pause it made for me. I flung myself head first into my bunk and watched the demon sweep Brownlow into a corner and wedge his knee behind a sea chest. Carrie gave a shrill cry and fled. The bunch of bananas swung to and fro, silent, determined, ferocious, looking for more men. It had cleared a space for itself. My comrades looked in at the door, calling upon me to grab the thing and hold it. I pointed out to them the security and comfort of my position. They were angry. Finally the mate came and lashed the thing so that it could not prowl about the cabin and assault innocent war correspondents. You see? War, a bunch of bananas rampant because the ship rolled. In that early period of the war we were forced to continue our dreams, and we were all dreamers, envisioning the seas with dead grapples, ship and ship. Even the Navy grew cynical. Officers on the bridge lifted their megaphones and told you, in resigned voices, that they were out of ice, onions, and eggs. At other times they would shoot quite casually at us with 6-pounders. This industry usually progressed in the night, but it sometimes happened in the day. There was never any resentment on our side, although at moments there was some nervousness. They were impressively quick with their lanyards. Our means of replying to signals were correspondingly slow. They gave you opportunity to say, "Heaven guard me!" and then they shot. But we recognized the propriety of it. Everything was correct save the war, which lagged and lagged and lagged. It did not play. It was not a gory giant. It was a bunch of bananas swung in the middle of the cabin. Once we had the honor of being rammed at midnight by the U.S.S. Machias. In fact, the exceeding industry of the naval commanders of the Cuban blockading fleet caused a certain liveliness to at times penetrate our mediocre existence. We were all greatly entertained over an immediate prospect of being either killed by rapid-fire guns, cut in half by the ram, or merely drowned. But even our great longing for diversion could not cause us to ever again go near the Machias on a dark night. We had sailed from Key West on a mission that had nothing to do with the coast of Cuba, and steaming due east and some 35 miles from the Cuban land, we did not think we were liable to an affair with any of the fierce American cruisers. Suddenly a familiar signal of red and white lights flashed like a brooch of jewels on the pall that covered the sea. It was far away and tiny, but we knew all about it. It was the electric question of an American warship, and it demanded a swift answer in kind. The man behind the gun. What about the man in front of the gun? The warship signals vanished, and the sea presented nothing but a smoky black stretch lit with the hissing white tops of the flying waves. A thin line of flame swept from a gun. Thereafter followed one of those silences which had become so peculiarly instructive to the blockade runner. Somewhere in the darkness we knew that a slate-colored cruiser, red below the water line and with a gold scroll on her bows, was flying over the waves toward us, while upon the dark decks the men stood at general quarters in silence about the long thin guns, and it was the law of life and death that we should make true answer in about the 12th part of a second. Now I shall with regret disclose a certain dreadful secret of the dispatch boat service. Our signals, far from being electric, were 2 lanterns which we kept in a tub and covered with a tarpaulin. The tub was placed just forward of the pilot house, and when we were accosted at night it was everybody's duty to scramble wildly for the tub and grab out the lanterns and wave them. It amounted to a slowness of speech. I remember a story of an army sentry who, upon hearing a noise in his front one dark night, called his usual sharp query, "Halt! Who's there? Halt, or I'll fire!" and getting no immediate response, he fired even as he had said, killing a man with a hare lip who unfortunately could not arrange his vocal machinery to reply in season. We were something like a boat with a hare lip, and sometimes it was very trying to the nerves. The pause was long. Then a voice spoke from the sea through a megaphone. It was faint but clear. "What ship is that?" No one hesitated over his answer in cases of this kind. Everybody was desirous of imparting fullest information. There was another pause. Then out of the darkness flew an American cruiser, silent as death, handled as ferociously as if the devil commanded her. Again the little voice hailed from the bridge, "What ship is that?" Evidently the reply to the first hail had been misunderstood or not heard. This time the voice rang with menace, menace of immediate and certain destruction, and the last word was intoned savagely and strangely across the windy darkness, as if the officer would explain that the cruiser was after either fools or the common enemy. The yells in return did not stop her. She was hurling herself forward to ram us amidships, and the people on the little Three Friends looked at a tall, swooping bow, and it was keener than any knife that has ever been made. As the cruiser lunged, every man imagined the gallant and famous but frail Three Friends cut into two parts as neatly as if she had been cheese. But there was a sheer, and a hard sheer, to starboard, and down upon our quarter swung a monstrous thing larger than any ship in the world, the U.S.S. Machias. She had a freeboard of about 300 feet, and the top of her funnel was out of sight in the clouds like an Alp. I shouldn't wonder that at the top of that funnel there was a region of perpetual snow. And at a range which swiftly narrowed to nothing, every gun in her port battery swung deliberately into aim. It was closer, more deliciously intimate than a duel across a handkerchief. We all had an opportunity of looking miles down the muzzles of this festive artillery before came the collision. Then the Machias reeled her steel shoulder against the wooden side of the Three Friends, and up went a roar as if a vast shingle roof had fallen. The poor little tug dipped as if she meant to pass under the warship, staggered, and finally righted, trembling from head to foot. The cries of the splintered timbers ceased. The men on the tug gazed at each other with white faces shining faintly in the darkness. The Machias backed away even as the Three Friends drew slowly ahead, and again we were alone with the piping of the wind and the slash of the gale-driven water. Later, from some hidden part of the sea, the bullish eye of a searchlight looked at us, and the widening white rays bathed us in the glare. There was another hail. "Hello there, Three Friends!" "Aye, aye, sir." "Are you injured?" Our first mate had taken a lantern and was studying the side of the tug, and we held our breath for his answer. I was sure that he was going to say that we were sinking. Surely there could be no other ending to this terrific bloodthirsty assault. But the first mate said, "No, sir." Instantly the glare of the searchlight was gone. The Machias was gone. The incident was closed. I was dining once on board the flagship, the New York, armored cruiser. It was the junior officers' mess, and when the coffee came a young ensign went to the piano and began to bang out a popular tune. It was a cheerful scene, and it resembled only a cheerful scene. Suddenly we heard the whistle of the boatswain's mate, and directly above us, it seemed, a voice, hoarse as that of a sea lion, bellowed a command: "Man the port battery!" In a moment the table was vacant. The popular tunes ceased in a jangle. On the quarter deck assembled a group of officers, spectators. The quiet evening sea, lit with faint red lights, went peacefully to the feet of a verdant shore. One could hear the far away measured tumbling of surf upon a reef. Only this sound pulsed in the air. The great grey cruiser was as still as the earth, the sea, and the sky. Then they let off a 4-inch gun directly under my feet. I thought it turned me a back somersault. That was the effect upon my mind. But it appears I did not move. The shell went carousing off to the Cuban shore, and from the vegetation there spurted a cloud of dust. Some of the officers on the quarter deck laughed. Through their glasses they had seen a Spanish column of cavalry much agitated by the appearance of this shell among them. As far as I was concerned, there was nothing but the spurt of dust from the side of a long suffering island. When I returned to my coffee I found that most of the young officers had also returned. Japanese boys were bringing liquors. The piano's clattering of the popular air was often interrupted by the boom of a 4-inch gun. A bunch of bananas. One day our dispatch boat found the shores of Guantanamo Bay flowing past on either side. It was at nightfall, and on the eastward point a small village was burning, and it happened that a fiery light was thrown upon some palm trees, so that it made them into enormous crimson feathers. The water was the color of blue steel, the Cuban woods were sombre, high shivered the gory feathers. The last boatloads of the Marine Battalion were pulling for the beach. The Marine officers gave me generous hospitality to the camp on the hill. That night there was an alarm, and amid a stern calling of orders and a rushing of men, I wandered in search of some other man who had no occupation. It turned out to be the young assistant surgeon, Gibbs. We foregathered in the center of a square of 6 companies of Marines. There was no firing. We thought it rather comic. The next night there was an alarm. There was some firing. We lay on our bellies. It was no longer comic. On the 3rd night the alarm came early. I went in search of Gibbs, but I soon gave over an active search for the more congenial occupation of lying flat and feeling the hot hiss of the bullets trying to cut my hair. For a moment I was no longer a cynic. I was a child who, in a fit of ignorance, had jumped into the vat of war. I heard somebody dying near me. He was dying hard, hard. It took him a long time to die. He breathed as all noble machinery breathes when it is making its gallant strife against breaking, breaking. But he was going to break. He was going to break. It seemed to me, this breathing, the noise of a heroic pump which strives to subdue a mud which comes upon it in tons. The darkness was impenetrable. The man was lying in some depression within 7 feet of me. Every wave, vibration of his anguish beat upon my senses. He was long past groaning. There was only the bitter strife for air which pulsed out into the night in a clear, penetrating whistle with intervals of terrible silence in which I held my own breath in the common unconscious aspiration to help. I thought this man would never die. I wanted him to die. And ultimately he died. At the moment the adjutant came bustling along, erect amid the spitting bullets. I knew him by his voice. "Where's the doctor? There's some wounded men over there. Where's the doctor?" A man answered briskly, "Just died this minute, sir." It was as if he had said, "Just gone around the corner this minute, sir." Despite the horror of this night's business, the man's mind was somehow influenced by the coincidence of the adjutant's calling aloud for the doctor within a few seconds of the doctor's death. It what shall I say? It interested him, this coincidence. The day broke by inches, with an obvious and maddening reluctance. From some unfathomable source I procured an opinion that my friend was not dead at all. The wild and quivering darkness had caused me to misinterpret a few shouted words. At length the land brightened in a violent atmosphere, the perfect dawning of a tropic day, and in this light I saw a clump of men near me. At first I thought they were all dead. Then I thought they were all asleep. The truth was that a group of wan-faced, exhausted men had gone to sleep about Gibbs' body so closely and in such abandoned attitudes that one's eye could not pick the living from the dead until one saw that a certain head had beneath it a great dark pool. In the afternoon a lot of men went bathing, and in the midst of this festivity firing was resumed. It was funny to see the men come scampering out of the water, grab at their rifles, and go into action attired in naught but their cartridge belts. The attack of the Spaniards had interrupted in some degree the services over the graves of Gibbs and some others. I remember Payne came ashore with a bottle of whiskey, which I took from him violently. My faithful shooting boots began to hurt me, and I went to the beach and poulticed my feet in wet clay, sitting on the little rickety pier near where the corrugated iron cable station showed how the shells slivered through it. Some marines, desirous of mementos, were poking with sticks in the smoking ruins of the hamlet. Down in the shallow water crabs were meandering among the weeds, and little fishes moved slowly in schools. The next day we went shooting. It was exactly like quail shooting, I'll tell you. These guerillas who so cursed our lives had a well some 5 miles away, and it was the only water supply within about 12 miles of the marine camp. It was decided that it would be correct to go forth and destroy the well. Captain Elliott, of C Company, was to take his men with Captain Spicer's company, D, out to the well, beat the enemy away, and destroy everything. He was to start at the next daybreak. He asked me if I cared to go, and of course I accepted with glee. But all that night I was afraid, bitterly afraid. The moon was very bright, shedding a magnificent radiance upon the trenches. I watched the men of C and D companies lying so tranquilly, some snoring, confound them, whereas I was certain that I could never sleep with the weight of a coming battle upon my mind, a battle in which the poor life of a war correspondent might easily be taken by a careless enemy. But if I was frightened I was also very cold. It was a chill night and I wanted a heavy top coat almost as much as I wanted a certificate of immunity from rifle bullets. These two feelings were of equal importance to my mind. They were twins. Elliott came and flung a tent fly over Lieutenant Bannon and me as we lay on the ground back of the men. Then I was no longer cold, but I was still afraid, for tent flies cannot mend a fear. In the morning I wished for some mild attack of disease, something that would incapacitate me for the business of going out gratuitously to be bombarded. But I was in an awkwardly healthy state, and so I must needs smile and look pleased with my prospects. We were to be guided by 50 Cubans, and I gave up all dreams of a postponement when I saw them shambling off in a single file through the cactus. We followed presently. "Where you people going to?" "Don't know, Jim." "Well, good luck to you, boys." This was the world's lazy inquiry and conventional Godspeed. Then the mysterious wilderness swallowed us. The men were silent because they were ordered to be silent, but whatever faces I could observe were marked with a look of serious meditation. As they trudged slowly in single file they were reflecting upon what? I don't know, but at length we came to ground more open. The sea appeared on our right, and we saw the gunboat Dolphin steaming along in a line parallel to ours. I was as glad to see her as if she had called out my name. The trail wound about the bases of some high, bare spurs. If the Spaniards had occupied them I don't see how we could have gone further. But upon them were only the dove-voiced guerilla scouts calling back into the hills the news of our approach. The effect of sound is of course relative. I am sure I have never heard such a horrible sound as the beautiful cooing of the wood dove when I was certain that it came from the yellow throat of a guerilla. Elliott sent Lieutenant Lucas with his platoon to ascend the hills and cover our advance by the trail. We halted and watched them climb, a long black streak of men in the vivid sunshine of the hillside. We did not know how tall were these hills until we saw Lucas and his men on top, and they were no larger than specks. We marched on until, at last, we heard, it seemed in the sky, the sputter of firing. This devil's dance was begun. The proper strategic movement to cover the crisis seemed to me to be to run away home and swear I had never started on this expedition. But Elliott yelled, "Now, men, straight up this hill!" The men charged up against the cactus, and because I cared for the opinion of others, I found myself tagging along close at Elliott's heels. I don't know how I got up that hill, but I think it was because I was afraid to be left behind. The immediate rear did not look safe. The crowd of strong young marines afforded the only spectacle of provisional security. So I tagged along at Elliott's heels. The hill was as steep as a Swiss roof. From it sprang out great pillars of cactus, and the human instinct was to assist oneself in the ascent by grasping cactus with one's hands. I remember the watch I had to keep upon this human instinct, even when the sound of the bullets was attracting my nervous attention. However, the attractive thing to my sense at the time was the fact that every man of the marines was also climbing away like mad. It was one thing for Elliott, Spicer, Neville, Shaw, and Bannon. It was another thing for me. But what in the devil was it to the men? Not the same thing, surely. It was perfectly easy for any marine to get overcome by the burning heat and, lying down, bequeath the work and the danger to his comrades. The fine thing about "the men" is that you can't explain them. I mean when you take them collectively. They do a thing, and afterward you find that they have done it because they have done it. However, when Elliott arrived at the top of the ridge, myself and many other men were with him. But there was no battle scene. Off on another ridge we could see Lucas's men and the Cubans peppering away into a valley. The bullets about our ears were really intended to lodge in them. We went over there. I walked along the firing line and looked at the men. I kept somewhat on what I shall call the lee side of the ridge. Why? Because I was afraid of being shot. No other reason. Most of the men, as they lay flat, shooting, looked contented, almost happy. They were pleased, these men, at the situation. I don't know. I cannot imagine. But they were pleased, at any rate. I wasn't pleased. I was picturing defeat. I was saying to myself, now, if the enemy should suddenly do so and so, or so and so, why, what would become of me? During these first few moments I did not see the Spanish position because I was afraid to look at it. Bullets were hissing and spitting over the crest of the hill in such showers as to make observation to be a task for a brave man. No, now, look here, why the deuce should I have stuck my head up, eh? Why? Well, at any rate, I didn't, until it seemed to be a far less thing than most of the men were doing as if they liked it. Then I saw nothing. At least it was only the bottom of a small valley. In this valley there was a thicket, a big thicket, and this thicket seemed to be crowded with a mysterious class of persons who were evidently trying to kill us. Our enemies? Yes, perhaps. I suppose so. Leave that to the people in the streets at home. They know and cry against the public enemy, but when men go into actual battle not one in 1,000 concerns himself with an animus against the men who face him. The great desire is to beat them whoever they are, as a matter, first, of personal safety, second, of personal glory. It is always safest to make the other chap quickly run away, and as he runs away one feels as one tries to hit him in the back and knock him sprawling that he must be a very good and sensible fellow. But these people apparently did not mean to run away. They clung to their thicket, and amid the roar of the firing one could sometimes hear their wild yells of insult and defiance. They were actually the most obstinate, headstrong, mulish people that you could ever imagine. The Dolphin was throwing shells into their immediate vicinity, and the fire from the marines and Cubans was very rapid and heavy. But still those incomprehensible mortals remained in their thicket. The scene on the top of the ridge was very wild, but there was only one truly romantic figure. This was a Cuban officer who held in one hand a great glittering machete and in the other a cocked revolver. He posed like a statue of victory. Afterwards he confessed to me that he alone had been responsible for the winning of the fight. But outside of this splendid person it was simply a picture of men at work, men terribly hard at work, red-faced, sweating, gasping toilers. A Cuban negro soldier was shot through the heart, and one man took the body on his back and another took it by its feet and trundled away toward the rear, looking precisely like a wheelbarrow. A man in C Company was shot through the ankle, and he sat behind the line nursing his wound. Apparently he was pleased with it. It seemed to suit him. I don't know why. But beside him sat a comrade with a face drawn, solemn, and responsible, like that of a New England spinster at the bedside of a sick child. The fight banged away with a roar like a forest fire. Suddenly a Marine wriggled out of the firing line and came frantically to me. "Say, young feller, I'll give you $5 for a drink of whiskey." He tried to force into my hand a gold piece. "Go to the devil," said I, deeply scandalized. "Besides, I haven't got any whiskey." "No, but look here," he beseeched me. "If I don't get a drink I'll die, and I'll give you $5 for it, honest I will." I finally tried to escape from him by walking away, but he followed at my heels, importuning me with all the exasperating persistence of a professional beggar, and trying to force this ghastly gold piece into my hand. I could not shake him off, and amid that clatter of furious fighting I found myself intensely embarrassed, and glancing fearfully this way and that way to make sure that people did not see me, the villain, and his gold. In vain I assured him that if I had any whiskey I should place it at his disposal. He could not be turned away. I thought of the European expedient in such a crisis, to jump in a cab. But unfortunately In the meantime I had given up my occupation of tagging at Captain Elliott's heels, because his business required that he should go into places of great danger. But from time to time I was under his attention. Once he turned to me and said: "Mr. Vernall, will you go and satisfy yourself who those people are?" Some men had appeared on a hill about 600 yards from our left flank. "Yes, sir," cried I, with, I assure you, the finest alacrity and cheerfulness, and my tone proved to me that I had inherited histrionic abilities. This tone was, of course, a black lie, but I went off briskly and was as jaunty as a real soldier, while all the time my heart was in my boots, and I was cursing the day that saw me landed on the shores of the tragic isle. If the men on the distant hill had been guerillas, my future might have been seriously jeopardized. But I had not gone far toward them when I was able to recognize the uniforms of the Marine Corps. Whereupon I scampered back to the firing line and with the same alacrity and cheerfulness reported my information. I mentioned to you that I was afraid, because there were about me that day many men who did not seem to be afraid at all, men with quiet, composed faces who went about this business as if they proceeded from a sense of habit. They were not old soldiers, they were mainly recruits, but many of them betrayed all the emotion and merely the emotion that one sees in the face of a man earnestly at work. I don't know how long the action lasted. I remember deciding in my own mind that the Spaniards stood 40 minutes. This was a mere arbitrary decision based on nothing, but at any rate we finally arrived at the satisfactory moment when the enemy began to run away. I shall never forget how my courage increased. And then began the great bird shooting. From the far side of the thicket arose an easy slope covered with plum colored bush. The Spaniards broke in coveys of from 6 to 15 men or birds and swarmed up this slope. The Marines on our ridge then had some fine open field shooting. No charge could be made because the shells from the Dolphin were helping the Spaniards to evacuate the thicket, so the Marines had to be content with this extraordinary paraphrase of a kind of sport. It was strangely like the original. The shells from the Dolphin were the dogs who went in and stirred out the game. The Marines were suddenly gentlemen in leggings, alive with the sharp instinct which marks the hunter. The Spaniards were the birds. Yes, they were the birds, but I doubt if they would sympathize with my metaphors. We destroyed their camp, and when the tiled roof of a burning house fell with a crash, it was so like the crash of a strong volley of musketry that we all turned with a start, fearing that we would have to fight again on that same day. And this struck me at least as being an impossible thing. They gave us water from the Dolphin, and we filled our canteens. None of the men were particularly jubilant. They did not altogether appreciate their victory. They were occupied in being glad that the fight was over. I discovered, to my amazement, that we were on the summit of a hill so high that our released eyes seemed to sweep over half the world. The vast stretch of sea, shimmering like a fragile blue silk in the breeze, lost itself ultimately in an indefinite pink haze, while in the other direction ridge after ridge, ridge after ridge, rolled brown and arid into the north. The battle had been fought high in the air, where the rain clouds might have been. That is why everybody's face was the color of beetroot, and men lay on the ground and only swore feebly when the cactus spurs sank into them. Finally we started for camp. Leaving our wounded, our cactus pincushions, and our heat-prostrated men on board the Dolphin, I did not see that the men were elate or even grinning with satisfaction. They seemed only anxious to get to food and rest. And yet it was plain that Elliott and his men had performed a service that would prove invaluable to the security and comfort of the entire battalion. They had driven the guerillas to take a road along which they would have to proceed for 15 miles before they could get as much water as would wet the point of a pin. And by the destruction of a well at the scene of the fight, Elliott made an arid zone almost 20 miles wide between the enemy and the base camp. In Cuba this is the best of protections. However, a cup of coffee. Time enough to think of a brilliant success after one had had a cup of coffee. The long line plodded wearily through the dusky jungle which was never again to be alive with ambushes. It was dark when we stumbled into camp, and I was sad with an ungovernable sadness, because I was too tired to remember where I had left my kit. But some of my colleagues were waiting on the beach, and they put me on a dispatch boat to take my news to a Jamaica cable station. The appearance of this dispatch boat struck me with wonder. It was reminiscent of something with which I had been familiar in early years. I looked with dull surprise at 3 men of the engine room force who sat aft on some bags of coal, smoking their pipes and talking as if there had never been any battles fought anywhere. The sudden clang of the gong made me start and listen eagerly, as if I would be asking, "What was that?" The clunking of the screw affected me also, but I seemed to relate it to a former and pleasing experience. One of the correspondents on board immediately began to tell me of the chief engineer, who, he said, was a comic old character. I was taken to see this marvel, who presented itself as a grey-bearded man with an oil can who had the cynical, malicious, egotistic eye of proclaimed and admired ignorance. I looked dazedly at the venerable impostor. What had he to do with the battles, the humming click of the locks, the odor of burnt cotton, the bullets, the firing? My friend told the scoundrel that I was just returned from the afternoon's action. He said, "That so?" and looked at me with a smile, faintly, faintly derisive. You see? I had just come out of my life's most fiery time, and that old devil looked at me with that smile. What colossal conceit! The 4 times damned doddering old head mechanic of a derelict junk shop. The whole trouble lay in the fact that I had not shouted out with a mingled awe and joy as he stood there in his wisdom and experience, with all his ancient saws and home-made epigrams ready to fire. My friend took me to the cabin. What a squalid hole! My heart sank. The reward after the labor should have been a great airy chamber, a gigantic 4-poster, iced melons, grilled birds, wine, and the delighted attendance of my friends. When I had finished my cablegram, I retired to a little shelf of a berth which reeked of oil, while the blankets had soaked recently with sea water. The vessel heeled to leeward in spasmodic attempts to hurl me out, and I resisted with the last of my strength. The infamous pettiness of it all! I thought the night would never end. But never mind, I said to myself at last. To-morrow at Fort Antonio I shall have a great bath and fine raiment, and I shall dine grandly, and there will be a lager beer on ice. And there will be attendants to run when I touch a bell, and I shall catch every interested romantist in the town and spin him the story of the fight at Cusco. We reached Fort Antonio, and I fled from the cable office to the hotel. I procured the bath, and as I donned whatever fine raiment I had foraged, I recalled the boy and pompously told him of a dinner, a real dinner, with furbelows and complications, and yet with a basis of sincerity. He looked at me, calf-like, for a moment, and then he went away. After a long interval the manager himself appeared and asked me some questions, which led me to see that he thought I had attempted to undermine and disintegrate the intellect of the boy by the elocution of Arabic incantations. Well, never mind. In the end the manager of the hotel elicited from me that great cry, that cry which during the war rang piteously from thousands of throats, that last grand cry of anguish and despair. "Well, then, in the name of God, can I have a cold bottle of beer?" Well, you see to what war brings men. War is death, and a plague of the lack of small things, and toil. Nor did I catch my sentimentalists and pour forth my tale to them, and thrill, appall, and fascinate them. However, they did feel an interest in me, for I heard a lady at the hotel ask, "Who is that chap in the very dirty jack boots?" So you see that whereas you can be very much frightened upon going into action, you can also be greatly annoyed after you have come out. Section 15. Story 10. War Memories, Part 2. Later I fell into the hands of one of my closest friends, and he mercilessly outlined a scheme for landing to the west of Santiago and getting through the Spanish lines to some place from which we could view the Spanish squadron lying in the harbor. There was rumor that the Vizcaya had escaped, he said, and it would be very nice to make sure of the truth. So we steamed to a point opposite a Cuban camp, which my friend knew, and flung 2 crop-tailed Jamaica polo ponies into the sea. We followed in a small boat and were met on the beach by a small Cuban detachment who immediately caught our ponies and saddled them for us. I suppose we felt rather godlike. We were almost the first Americans they had seen, and they looked at us with eyes of grateful affection. I don't suppose many men have the experience of being looked at with the eyes of grateful affection. They guide us to a Cuban camp where, in a little palm bark hut, a black faced lieutenant colonel was lolling in a hammock. I couldn't understand what was said, but at any rate he must have ordered his half naked orderly to make coffee, for it was done. It was a dark syrup in smoky tin cups, but it was better than the cold bottle of beer which I did not drink in Jamaica. The Cuban camp was an expeditious affair of saplings and palm bark tied with creepers. It could be burned to the ground in 15 minutes and in 10 reduplicated. The soldiers were in appearance an absolutely good-natured set of half-starved ragamuffins. Their breeches hung in threads about their black legs and their shirts were as nothing. They looked like a collection of real tropic savages at whom some philanthropist had flung a bundle of rags and some of the rags had stuck here and there. But their condition was now a habit. I doubt if they knew they were half naked. Anyhow, they didn't care. No more they should. The weather was warm. This lieutenant colonel gave us an escort of 5 or 6 men and we went up into the mountains, lying flat on our Jamaica ponies while they went like rats up and down extraordinary trails. In the evening we reached the camp of a major who commanded the outposts. It was high, high in the hills. The stars were as big as cocoanuts. We lay in borrowed hammocks and watched the firelight gleam blood red on the trees. I remember an utterly naked negro squatting, crimson, by the fire and cleaning an iron pot. Some voices were singing an Afric wail of forsaken love and death. And at dawn we were to try to steal through the Spanish lines. I was very, very sorry. In the cold dawn the situation was the same. But somehow courage seemed to be in the breaking day. I went off with the others quite cheerfully. We came to where the pickets stood behind the bulwarks of stone in frameworks of saplings. They were peering across a narrow cloud-steeped gulch at a dull fire marking a Spanish post. There was some palaver, and then with 15 men we descended the side of this mountain, going down into the chill blue and gray clouds. We had left our horses with the Cuban pickets. We proceeded stealthily, for we were already within range of the Spanish pickets. At the bottom of the cañon it was still night. A brook, a regular salmon stream, brawled over the rocks. There were grassy banks and most delightful trees. The whole valley was a sylvan fragrance. But the guide waved his arm and scowled warningly, and in a moment we were off, threading thickets, climbing hills, crawling through fields on our hands and knees, sometimes sweeping like 17 phantoms across a Spanish road. I was in a dream, but I kept my eye on the guide, and halted to listen when he halted to listen, and ambled onward when he ambled onward. Sometimes he turned and pantomimed as ably and fiercely as a man being stung by 1,000 hornets. Then we knew that the situation was extremely delicate. We were now, of course, well inside the Spanish lines, and we ascended a great hill which overlooked the harbor of Santiago. There, tranquilly at anchor, lay the Oquendo, the Maria Teresa, the Cristobal Colon, the Vizcaya, the Pluton, the Furor. The bay was white in the sun, and the great black hull armored cruisers were impressive in a dignity massive yet graceful. We did not know that they were all doomed ships, soon to go out to a swift death. My friend drew maps and things, while I devoted myself to complete rest, blinking lazily at the Spanish squadron. We did not know that we were the last Americans to view them alive and unhurt and at peace. Then we retraced our way, at the same noiseless canter. I did not understand my condition until I considered that we were well through the Spanish lines and practically out of danger. Then I discovered that I was a dead man. The nervous force having evaporated, I was a mere corpse. My limbs were of dough and my spinal cord burned within me as if it were red hot wire. But just at this time we were discovered by a Spanish patrol, and I ascertained that I was not dead at all. We ultimately reached the foot of the mother mountain on whose shoulders were the Cuban pickets, and here I was so sure of safety that I could not resist the temptation to die again. I think I passed into 11 distinct stupors during the ascent of that mountain, while the escort stood leaning on their Remingtons. We had done 25 miles at a sort of a man gallop, never once using a beaten track, but always going promiscuously through the jungle and over the rocks. And many of the miles stood straight on end, so that it was as hard to come down as it was to go up. But during my stupors the escort stood, mind you, and chatted in low voices. For all the signs they showed, we might have been starting. And they had had nothing to eat but mangoes for over 8 days. Previous to the 8 days they had been living on mangoes and the carcass of a small, lean pony. They were, in fact, of the stuff of Fenimore Cooper's Indians, only they made no preposterous orations. At the Major's camp my friend and I agreed that if our worthy escort would send down a representative with us to the coast, we would send back to them whatever we could spare from the stores of our dispatch boat. With one voice the escort answered that they themselves would go the additional 4 leagues, as in these starving times they did not care to trust a representative, thank you. "They can't do it. They'll peg out. There must be a limit," I said. "No," answered my friend. "They're all right. They'd run 3 times around the whole island for a mouthful of beer." So we saddled up and put off with our 15 Cuban infantrymen wagging along tirelessly behind us. Sometimes, at the foot of a precipitous hill, a man asked permission to cling to my horse's tail, and then the Jamaican pony would snake him to the summit so swiftly that only his toes seemed to touch the rocks. And for this assistance the man was grateful. When we crowned the last great ridge, we saw our squadron to the eastward spread in its patient semicircular about the mouth of the harbor. But as we wound towards the beach, we saw a more dramatic thing, our own dispatch boat leaving the rendezvous and putting off to sea. Evidently we were late. Behind me were 15 stomachs empty. It was a frightful situation. My friend and I charged for the beach, and those 15 fools began to run. It was no use. The dispatch boat went gaily away, trailing black smoke behind her. We turned in distress, wondering what we could say to that abused escort. If they massacred us, I felt that it would be merely a virtuous reply to fate, and they should in no ways be blamed. There were some things which a man's feelings will not allow him to endure after a diet of mangoes and pony. However, we perceived to our amazement that they were not indignant at all. They simply smiled and made a gesture which expressed an habitual pessimism. It was a philosophy which denied the existence of everything but mangoes and pony. It was the Americans who refused to be comforted. I made a deep vow with myself that I would come as soon as possible and play a regular Santa Claus to that splendid escort. But we put to sea in a dugout with 2 black boys. The escort waved us a hearty good by from the shore, and I never saw them again. I hope they were all on the police force in the new Santiago. In time we were rescued from the dugout by our dispatch boat, and we relieved our feelings by over-rewarding the 2 black boys. In fact, they reaped a harvest because of our emotions over our failure to fill the gallant stomachs of the escort. They were 2 rascals. We steamed to the flagship and were given permission to board her. Admiral Sampson is to me the most interesting personality of the war. I would not know how to sketch him for you, even if I could pretend to sufficient material. Anyhow, imagine, first of all, a marble block of impassivity, out of which is carved the figure of an old man. Endow this with life, and you've just begun. Then you must discard all your pictures of bluff, red-faced old gentlemen who roar against the gale, and understand that the quiet old man is a sailor and an admiral. This will be difficult. If I told you he was anything else, it would be easy. He resembles other types. It is his distinction not to resemble the preconceived type of his standing. When I first met him I was impressed that he was immensely bored by the war and with the command of the North Atlantic Squadron. I perceived a manner where I thought I perceived a mood, a point of view. Later he seemed so indifferent to small things which bore upon large things that I bowed to his apathy as a thing unprecedented, marvelous. Still I mistook a manner for a mood. Still I could not understand that this was the way of the man. I am not to blame, for my communication was slight and depended upon sufferance, upon, in fact, the traditional courtesy of the Navy. But finally I saw that it was all manner, that hidden in his indifferent, even apathetic manner, there was the alert, sure, fine mind of the best sea captain that America has produced since Farragut. I don't know. I think since Hull. Men follow heartily when they are well led. They balk at trifles when a blockhead cries "Go on." For my part, an impressive thing of the war is the absolute devotion to Admiral Sampson's person, no, to his judgment and wisdom, which was paid by his ship commanders, Evans of the Iowa, Taylor of the Oregon, Higginson of the Massachusetts, Phillips of the Texas, and all the other captains, barring one. Once, afterward, they called upon him to avenge himself upon a rival. They were there and they would have to say, but he said no, he guessed it wouldn't do any good to the service. Men feared him, but he never made threats. Men tumbled heels over head to obey him, but he never gave a sharp order. Men loved him, but he said no word, kindly or unkindly. Men cheered for him, and he said, "Who are they yelling for?" Men behaved badly to him, and he said nothing. Men thought of glory, and he considered the management of ships. All without a sound, a noiseless campaign on his part. No bunting, no arches, no fireworks, nothing but the perfect management of a big fleet. That is a record for you. No trumpets, no cheers of the populace, just plain, pure, unsauced accomplishment. But ultimately he will reap his reward in what? In textbooks on sea campaigns? No more. The people choose their own, and they choose the kind they like. Who has a better right? Anyhow, he is a great man, and when you are once started you can continue to be a great man without the help of bouquets and banquets. He don't need them, bless your heart. The flagship's battle hatches were down, and between decks it was insufferable despite the electric fans. I made my way somewhat forwards past the smart orderly, past the companion, on to the den of the junior mess. Even there they were playing cards in somebody's cabin. "Hello, old man. Been ashore? How'd it look? It's your deal, Chick." There was nothing but steamy, wet heat and the decent suppression of the consequent ill tempers. The junior officers' quarters were no more comfortable than the admiral's cabin. I had expected it to be so because of my remembrance of their gay spirits. But they were not gay. They were sweltering. "Hello, old man. Had I been ashore?" I fled to the deck, where other officers not on duty were smoking quiet cigars. The hospitality of the officers of the flagship is another charming memory of the war. I rolled into my berth on the dispatch boat that night, feeling a perfect wonder of the day. Was the figure that leaned over the card game on the flagship, the figure with a whiskey and soda in its hand and a cigar in its teeth, was it identical with the figure scrambling, afraid for its life, through Cuban jungle? Was it the figure of the situation of the 15 pathetic, hungry men? It was the same, and it went to sleep, hard sleep. I don't know where we voyaged. I think it was Jamaica, but at any rate, upon the morning of our return to the Cuban coast, we found the sea alive with transports, United States transports from Tampa, containing the Fifth Army Corps under Major General Shafter. The rigging and the decks of these ships were black with men, and everybody wanted to land first. I landed ultimately, and immediately began to look for an acquaintance. The boats were banged by the waves against a little flimsy dock. I fell ashore somehow, but I did not at once find an acquaintance. I talked to a private in the 2nd Massachusetts Volunteers, who told me that he was going to write war correspondence for a Boston newspaper. This statement did not surprise me. There was a straggly village, but I followed the troops who at this time seemed to be moving out by companies. I found 3 other correspondents, and it was luncheon time. Somebody had 2 bottles of Bass, but it was so warm that it squirted out in foam. There was no firing, no noise of any kind. An old shed was full of soldiers loafing pleasantly in the shade. It was a hot, dusty, sleepy afternoon. Bees hummed. We saw Major General Lawton standing with his staff under a tree. He was smiling as if he would say, "Well, this will be better than chasing Apaches." His division had the advance, and so he had the right to be happy. A tall man with a gray mustache, light but very strong, an ideal cavalryman. He appealed to one all the more because of the vague rumors that his superiors, some of them, were going to take mighty good care that he shouldn't get much to do. It was rather sickening to hear such talk, but later we knew that most of it must have been mere lies. Down by the landing place a band of correspondents were making a sort of permanent camp. They worked like Trojans, carrying wall tents, cots, and boxes of provisions. They asked me to join them, but I looked shrewdly at the sweat on their faces and backed away. The next day the army left this permanent camp 8 miles to the rear. The day became tedious. I was glad when evening came. I sat by a camp fire and listened to a soldier of the 8th Infantry, who told me that he was the first enlisted man to land. I lay pretending to appreciate him, but in fact I considered him a great shameless liar. Less than a month ago I learned that every word he said was gospel truth. I was much surprised. We went for breakfast to the camp of the 20th Infantry, where Captain Greene and his subaltern, Exton, gave us tomatoes stewed with hard bread and coffee. Later I discovered Greene and Exton down at the beach good-naturedly dodging the waves which seemed to be trying to prevent them from washing the breakfast dishes. I felt tremendously ashamed because my cup and my plate were there, you know, and fate provides some men greased opportunities for making dizzy jackasses of themselves, and I fell a victim to my flurry on this occasion. I was a blockhead. I walked away blushing. What? The battles? Yes, I saw something of all of them. I made up my mind that the next time I met Greene and Exton I'd say, "Look here, why didn't you tell me you had to wash your own dishes that morning, so that I could have helped? I felt beastly when I saw you scrubbing there, and me walking around idly." But I never saw Captain Greene again. I think he is in the Philippines now, fighting the Tagals. The next time I saw Exton what? Yes, La Guasimas. That was the Rough Rider fight. However, the next time I saw Exton what do you think? I forgot to speak about it. But if ever I meet Greene or Exton again, even if it should be 20 years, I am going to say, first thing, "Why " What? Yes. Roosevelt's regiment and the 1st and 10th Regular Cavalry. I'll say, first thing, "Say, why didn't you tell me you had to wash your own dishes that morning, so that I could have helped?" My stupidity will be on my conscience until I die, if before that I do not meet either Greene or Exton. Oh, yes, you are howling for blood, but I tell you it is more emphatic that I lost my toothbrush. Did I tell you that? Well, I lost it, you see, and I thought of it for 10 hours at a stretch. Oh, yes, he was shot through the heart. But look here, I contend that the French Cable Company buncoed us throughout the war. What? Him? My toothbrush I never found, but he died of his wound in time. Most of the regular soldiers carried their toothbrushes stuck in the bands of their hats. It made a quaint military decoration. I have had a line of 1,000 men pass me in the jungle, and not a hat lacking the simple emblem. The 1st of July? All right. My Jamaica polo pony was not present. He was still in the hills to the westward of Santiago, but the Cubans had promised to fetch him to me. But my kit was easy to carry. It had nothing superfluous in it but a pair of spurs which made me indignant every time I looked at them. Oh, I must tell you about a man I met directly after the La Guasimas fight. Edward Marshall, a correspondent whom I had known with a degree of intimacy for 7 years, was terribly hit in that fight and asked me if I would not go to Siboney, the base, and convey the news to his colleagues of the New York Journal and round up some assistants. I went to Siboney, and there was not a journal man to be seen, although usually you judged from appearances that the journal staff was about as large as the army. Presently I met 2 correspondents, strangers to me, but I questioned them, saying that Marshall was badly shot and wished for such succor as journalmen could bring from their dispatch boat. And one of these correspondents replied. He is the man I wanted to describe. I love him as a brother. He said, "Marshall? Marshall? Why, Marshall isn't in Cuba at all. He left for New York just before the expedition sailed from Tampa." I said, "Beg pardon, but I remarked that Marshall was shot in the fight this morning, and have you seen any journal people?" After a pause he said, "I am sure Marshall is not down here at all. He's in New York." I said, "Pardon me, but I remarked that Marshall was shot in the fight this morning, and have you seen any journal people?" He said, "No. Now, look here, you must have gotten 2 chaps mixed somehow. Marshall isn't in Cuba at all. How could he be shot?" I said, "Pardon me, but I remarked that Marshall was shot in the fight this morning, and have you seen any journal people?" He said, "But it can't really be Marshall, you know, for the simple reason that he's not down here." I clasped my hands to my temples, gave one piercing cry to heaven, and fled from his presence. I couldn't go on with him. He excelled me at all points. I have faced death by bullets, fire, water, and disease, but to die thus, to willfully batter myself against the ironclad opinion of this mummy, no, no, not that. In the meantime, it was admitted that a correspondent was shot, be his name Marshall, Bismarck, or Louis XIV. Now, supposing the name of this wounded correspondent had been Bishop Potter, or Jane Austen, or Bernhardt, or Henri Georges Stephane, Adolphe Oper de Blowitz, what effect? Never mind. We will proceed to July 1st. On that morning I marched with my kit. Having everything essential save a toothbrush, the entire army put me to shame, since there must have been at least 15,000 toothbrushes in the invading force. I marched with my kit on the road to Santiago. It was a fine morning, and everybody, the doomed and the immunes, how could we tell one from the other? Everybody was in the highest spirits. We were enveloped in forest, but we could hear, from ahead, everybody peppering away at everybody. It was like the roll of many drums. This was Lawton over El Caney. I reflected with complacency that Lawton's division did not concern me in a professional way. That was the affair of another man. My business was with Kent's division and Wheeler's division. We came to El Poso, a hill at nice artillery range from the Spanish defenses. Here Grimes's battery was shooting a duel with one of the enemy's batteries. Scoville had established a little camp in the rear of the guns, and a servant had made coffee. I invited Whigham to have coffee, and the servant added some hard biscuit and tinned tongue. I noted that Whigham was staring fixedly over my shoulder and that he waved away the tinned tongue with some bitterness. It was a horse, a dead horse. Then a mule, which had been shot through the nose, wandered up and looked at Whigham. We ran away. On top of the hill one had a fine view of the Spanish lines. We stared across almost a mile of jungle to ash-colored trenches on the military crest of the ridge. A goodly distance back of this position were white buildings, all flying great Red Cross flags. The jungle beneath us rattled with firing, and the Spanish trenches crackled out regular volleys, but all this time there was nothing to indicate a tangible enemy. In truth, there was a man in a Panama hat strolling to and fro behind one of the Spanish trenches, gesticulating at times with a walking stick. A man in a Panama hat walking with a stick! That was the strangest sight of my life, that symbol, that quaint figure of Mars. The battle, the thunderous row, was his possession. He was the master. He mystified us all with his infernal Panama hat and his wretched walking stick. From near his feet came volleys, and from near his side came roaring shells, but he stood there alone, visible, the one tangible thing. He was a colossus, and he was half as high as a pin, this being. Always somebody would be saying, "Who can that fellow be?" Later the American guns shelled the trenches and a blockhouse near them, and Mars had vanished. It could not have been death. One cannot kill Mars. But there was one other figure who arose to symbolic dignity. The balloon of our signal corps had swung over the tops of the jungle's trees toward the Spanish trenches. Whereat the balloon and the man in the Panama hat and with a walking stick, whereat these two waged tremendous battle. Suddenly the conflict became a human thing. A little group of blue figures appeared on the green of the terrible hillside. It was some of our infantry. The attaché of a great empire was at my shoulder, and he turned to me and spoke with incredulity and scorn. "Why, they're trying to take the position!" he cried, and I admitted meekly that I thought they were. "But they can't do it, you know," he protested vehemently. "It's impossible." And, good fellow that he was, he began to grieve and wail over a useless sacrifice of gallant men. "It's plucky, you know. By God, it's plucky, but they can't do it." He was profoundly moved. His voice was quite broken. "It will simply be a hell of a slaughter with no good coming out of it." The trail was already crowded with stretcher bearers and with wounded men who could walk. One had to stem a tide of mute agony. But I don't know that it was mute agony. I only know that it was mute. It was something in which the silence, or more likely the reticence, was an appalling and inexplicable fact. One's senses seemed to demand that these men should cry out. But you could really find wounded men who exhibited all the signs of a pleased and contented mood. When thinking of it now, it seems strange beyond words, but at the time, I don't know, it did not attract one's wonder. A man with a hole in his arm or his shoulder, or even in the leg below the knee, was often whimsical, comic. "Well, this ain't exactly what I enlisted for, boys. If I'd been told about this in Tampa I'd have resigned from the army. Oh, yes, they can get all the same thing if you keep on going, but I think the Spaniards may run out of ammunition in the course of a week or 10 days." Then suddenly one would be confronted by the awful majesty of a man shot in the face. Particularly I remember one. He had a great dragoon moustache, and the blood streamed down his face to meet his moustache even as a torrent goes to meet the jammed log, and then swarmed out to the tips and fell in big, slow drops. He looked steadily into my eyes. I was ashamed to return his glance. You understand? It is very curious, all that. The two lines of battle were royally whacking away at each other, and there was no rest or peace in all that region. The modern bullet is a far-flying bird. It rakes the air with its hot-spitting song at distances which, as a usual thing, place the whole landscape in the danger zone. There was no direction from which they did not come. A chart of their courses over one's head would have resembled a spider's web. My friend Jimmy, the photographer, mounted to the firing line with me, and we gallivanted as much as we dared. The sense of the meeting was curious. Most of the men seemed to have no idea of a grand historic performance, but they were grimly satisfied with themselves. Well, begawd, we done it. Then they wanted to know about the other parts of the line. How are things looking, old man? Everything all right? Yes, everything's all right if you can hold this ridge. Aw, hell, said the men, we'll hold the ridge. Don't you worry about that, son. It was Jimmy's first action, and as we cautiously were making our way to the right of our lines, the crash of the Spanish fire became uproarious, and the air simply whistled. I heard a quavering voice near my shoulder, and turning I beheld Jimmy. Jimmy! With a face bloodless, white as paper. He looked at me with eyes opened extremely wide. "Say," he said, "this is pretty hot, ain't it?" I was delighted. I knew exactly what he meant. He wanted to have the situation defined. If I had told him that this was the occasion of some mere idle desultory fight, and recommended that he wait until the real battle began, I think he would have gone in a bee line for the rear. But I told him the truth. "Yes, Jimmy," I replied earnestly, "you can take it from me that this is patent double extra what for." And immediately he nodded. All right. If this was a big action, then he was willing to pay in his fright as a rational price for the privilege of being present. But if this was only a penny affray, he considered the price exorbitant and he would go away. He accepted my assurance with a simple faith and deported himself with kindly dignity as one moving amid great things. His face was still pale as paper, but that counted for nothing. The main point was his perfect willingness to be frightened for reasons. I wonder where is Jimmy? I lent him the Jamaica polo pony one day, and it ran away with him and flung him off in the middle of a ford. He appeared to me afterward and made bitter speech concerning this horse, which I had assured him was a gentle and pious animal. Then I never saw Jimmy again. Then came the night of the 1st of July. A group of correspondents limped back to El Poso. It had been a day so long that the morning seemed as remote as a morning in the previous year. But I have forgotten to tell you about Reuben McNab. Many years ago I went to school at a place called Claverack in New York State, where there was a semi-military institution. Contemporaneous with me as a student was Reuben McNab, a long, lank boy, freckled, sandy-haired, an extraordinary boy in no way, and yet, I wager, a boy clearly marked in every recollection. Perhaps there is a good deal in that name, Reuben McNab. You can't fling that name carelessly over your shoulder and lose it. It follows you like the haunting memory of a sin. At any rate, Reuben McNab was identified intimately in my thought with the sunny, irresponsible days at Claverack, when all the earth was a green field and all the sky was a rainless blue. Then I looked down into a miserable huddle at Bloody Bend, a huddle of hurt men, dying men, dead men. And there I saw Reuben McNab, a corporal in the 71st New York Volunteers, and with a hole through his lung. Also several holes through his clothing. "Well, they got me," he said in greeting. Usually they said that. There were no long speeches. "Well, they got me." That was sufficient. The duty of the upright, unhurt man is then difficult. I doubt if many of us learned how to speak to our own wounded. In the first place, one had to play that the wound was nothing, a mere nothing, a casual interference with movement, perhaps, but nothing more. Really nothing more. In the second place, one had to show a comrade's appreciation of this sad plight. As a result, I think most of us bungled and stammered in the presence of our wounded friends. That's curious, eh? Well, they got me, said Reuben McNab. I had looked upon 500 wounded men with stolidity, or with a conscious indifference which filled me with amazement. But the apparition of Reuben McNab, the schoolmate, lying there in the mud, with a hole through his lung, awed me into stutterings, set me trembling with a sense of terrible intimacy with this war, which heretofore I could have believed was a dream, almost. 20 shot men rolled their eyes and looked at me. Only one man paid no heed. He was dying. He had no time. The bullets hummed low over them all. Death, having already struck, still insisted upon raising a venomous crest. "If you're going by the hospital, step in and see me," said Reuben McNab. That was all. At the correspondence camp at El Poso there was hot coffee. It was very good. I have a vague sense of being very selfish over my blanket and rubber coat. I have a vague sense of spasmodic firing during my sleep. It rained, and then I awoke to hear that steady drumming of an infantry fire, something which was never to cease, it seemed. They were at it again. The trail from El Poso to the positions along San Juan Ridge had become an exciting thoroughfare. Shots from large bore rifles dropped in from almost every side. At this time the safest place was the extreme front. I remember in particular the one outcry I heard. A private in the 71st, without his rifle, had gone to a stream for some water and was returning, being but a little in rear of me. Suddenly I heard this cry, "Oh, my God, come quick!" And I was conscious then to having heard the hateful zip of a close shot. He lay on the ground, wriggling. He was hit in the hip. 2 men came quickly. Presently everybody seemed to be getting knocked down. They went over like men of wet felt, quietly, calmly, with no more complaint than so many automatons. It was only that lad, "Oh, my God, come quick!" Otherwise men seemed to consider that their hurts were not worthy of particular attention. A number of people got killed very courteously, tacitly absolving the rest of us from any care in the matter. A man fell. He turned blue. His face took on an expression of deep sorrow, and then his immediate friends worried about him, if he had friends. This was July 1. I crave the permission to leap back again to that date. On the morning of July 2, I sat on San Juan Hill and watched Lawton's division come up. I was absolutely sheltered, but still where I could look into the faces of men who were trotting up under fire. There wasn't a high heroic face among them. They were all men intent on business. That was all. It may seem to you that I am trying to make everything a squalor. That would be wrong. I feel that things were often sublime, but they were differently sublime. They were not of our shallow and preposterous fictions. They stood out in a simple, majestic commonplace. It was the behavior of men on the street. It was the behavior of men. In a way, each man was just pegging along at the heels of the man before him, who was pegging along at the heels of still another man, who was pegging along at the heels of still another man who... It was that in the flat and obvious way. In another way it was pageantry, the pageantry of the accomplishment of naked duty. One cannot speak of it, the spectacle of the common man serenely doing his work, his appointed work. It is the one thing in the universe which makes one fling expression to the winds and be satisfied to simply feel. Thus they moved at San Juan, the soldiers of the United States regular army. One pays them the tribute of the toast of silence. Lying near one of the enemy's trenches was a red-headed Spanish corpse. I wonder how many hundreds were cognizant of this red-headed Spanish corpse. It arose to the dignity of a landmark. There were many corpses, but only one with a red head. This red head. He was always there. Each time I approached that part of the field I prayed that I might find that he had been buried. But he was always there, red-headed. His strong, simple countenance was a malignant sneer at the system which was forever killing the credulous peasants in a sort of black night of politics, where the peasants merely followed whatever somebody had told them was lofty and good. But nevertheless the red-headed Spaniard was dead. He was irrevocably dead. And to what purpose? The honor of Spain? Surely the honor of Spain could have existed without the violent death of this poor red-headed peasant. Ah, well, he was buried when the heavy firing ceased and men had time for such small things as funerals. The trench was turned over on top of him. It was a fine, honorable, soldierly fate, to be buried in a trench, the trench of the fight and the death. Sleep well, red-headed peasant. You came to another hemisphere to fight because you were told to, I suppose. Well, there you are, buried in your trench on San Juan Hill. That is the end of it. Your life has been taken. That is a flat, frank fact. And foreigners buried you expeditiously while speaking a strange tongue. Sleep well, red-headed mystery. End of section 16. Story 10, War Memories, Part 3. On the day before the destruction of Cervera's fleet, I steamed past our own squadron, doggedly lying in its usual semicircle, every nose pointing at the mouth of the harbor. I went to Jamaica, and on the placid evening of the next day I was again steaming past our own squadron, doggedly lying in its usual semicircle, every nose pointing at the mouth of the harbor. A megaphone hail from the bridge of one of the yacht gunboats came casually over the water. "Hello! Hear news?" "No. What was it?" "The Spanish fleet came out this morning." "Oh, of course it did." "Honest, I mean." "Yes, I know. Well, where are they now?" "Sunk." Was there ever such a preposterous statement? I was humiliated that my friend the lieutenant on the yacht gunboat should have measured me as one likely to swallow this bad joke. But it was all true, every word. I glanced back at our squadron, lying in its usual semicircle, every nose pointing at the mouth of the harbor. It would have been absurd to think that anything had happened. The squadron hadn't changed a button. There it sat, without even a smile on the face of the tiger. And it had eaten 4 armored cruisers and 2 torpedo boat destroyers while my back was turned for a moment. Courteously but clearly we announced across the waters that until dispatch boats came to be manned from the ranks of the celebrated Horse Marines, the lieutenant's statement would probably remain unappreciated. He made a gesture, abandoning us to our skepticism. It infuriates an honorable and serious man to be taken for a liar or a joker at a time when he is supremely honorable and serious. However, when we went ashore, we found Siboney ringing with the news. It was true, then. That mishandled collection of 6 ships had come out and taken the deadly thrashing which was rightfully the due of, I don't know, somebody in Spain. Or perhaps nobody anywhere. One likes to wallop incapacity, but one has mingled emotions over the incapacity which is not so much personal as it is the development of centuries. This kind of incapacity cannot be centralized. You cannot hit the head which contains it all. This is the idea, I imagine, which moved the officers and men of our fleet. Almost immediately they began to speak of the Spanish admiral as "poor old boy," with a lucid suggestion in their tones that his fate appealed to them as being undue hard, undue cruel. And yet the Spanish guns hit nothing. If a man shoots, he should hit something occasionally, and men say that from the time the Spanish ships broke clear of the harbor entrance until they were one by one overpowered, they were each a band of flame. Well, one can only mumble out that when a man shoots he should be required to hit something occasionally. In truth, the greatest fact of the whole campaign on land and sea seemed to be the fact that the Spaniards could only hit by chance, by a fluke. If he had been an able marksman, no man of our two unsupported divisions would have set foot on San Juan Hill on July 1st. They should have been blown to smithereens. The Spaniards had no immediate lack of ammunition, for they fired enough to kill the population of 4 big cities. I admit neither Velasquez nor Cervantes into this discussion, although they have appeared by authority as reasons for something which I do not clearly understand. Well, anyhow, they couldn't hit anything. Velasquez? Yes. Cervantes? Yes. But the Spanish troops seemed only to try to make a very rapid fire. Thus we lost many men. We lost them because of the simple fury of the fire, never because the fire was well directed, intelligent. But the Americans were called upon to be whipped because of Cervantes and Velasquez. It was impossible. Out on the slopes of San Juan the dog tents shone white. Some kind of negotiations were going forward, and men sat on their trousers and waited. It was all rather a blur of talks with officers and a craving for good food and good water. Once Leighton and I decided to ride over to El Caney, into which town the civilian refugees from Santiago were pouring. The road from the beleaguered city to the outlying village was a spectacle to make one moan. There were delicate, gentle families on foot, the silly French boots of the girls twisting and turning in a sort of absolute paper futility. There were sons and grandsons carrying the venerable patriarch in his own armchair. There were exhausted mothers with babes who wailed. There were young dandies with their toilettes in decay. There were puzzled, guideless women who didn't know what had happened. The first sentence one heard was the murmurous, "What a damn shame!" We saw a godless young trooper of the 2nd Cavalry sharply halt a wagon. "Hold on a minute. You must carry this woman. She's fainted twice already." The virtuous driver of the U.S. Army wagon mildly answered, "But I'm full up now." "You can make room for her," said the private of the 2nd Cavalry. A young man with a straight mouth. It was merely a plain bit of nothing at all, but thank God, he seemed to have not the slightest sense of excellence. He said, "If you've got any man in there who can walk at all, you pull him out and let this woman get in." "But," answered the teamster, "I'm filled up with a lot of cripples and grandmothers." Thereupon they discussed the point fairly, and ultimately the woman was lifted into the wagon. The vivid thing was the fact that these people did not visibly suffer. Somehow they were numb. There was not a tear. There was rarely a countenance which was not wondrously casual. There was no sign of fatalistic theory. It was simply that what was happening today had happened yesterday, as near as one could judge. I could fancy that these people had been thrown out of their homes every day. It was utterly, utterly casual. And they accepted the ministrations of our men in the same fashion. Everything was a matter of course. I had a filled canteen. I was frightfully conscious of this fact, because a filled canteen was a pearl of price. It was a great thing. It was an enormous accident which led one to offer praises that he was luckier than 10,000 better men. As Leighton and I rode along, we came to a tree under which a refugee family had halted. They were a man, his wife, two handsome daughters, and a pimply son. It was plain that they were superior people, because the girls had dressed for the exodus and wore corsets which captivated their forms with a steel-ribbed vehemence only proper for wear on a sun-blistered road to a distant town. They asked us for water. Water was the gold of the moment. Leighton was almost maudlin in his generosity. I remember being angry with him. He lavished upon them his whole canteen, and he received in return not even a glance of what? Acknowledgment? No, they didn't even admit anything. Leighton wasn't a human being. He was some sort of a mountain spring. They accepted him on a basis of pure natural phenomena. His canteen was purely an occurrence. In the meantime the pimple-faced approached me. He asked for water and held out a pint cup. My response was immediate. I tilted my canteen and poured into his cup almost a pint of my treasure. He glanced into the cup, and apparently he beheld there some innocent sediment for which he alone or his people were responsible. In the American camps the men were accustomed to a sediment. Well, he glanced at my poor cupful and then negligently poured it out on the ground and held up his cup for more. I gave him more. I gave him his cup full again, but there was something within me which made me swear him out completely. But he didn't understand a word. Afterward I watched if they were capable of being moved to help on their less able fellows on this miserable journey. Not they. Nor yet anybody else. Nobody cared for anybody save my young friend of the Second Cavalry, who rode seriously to and fro doing his best for people who took him as a result of a strange upheaval. The fight at El Caney had been furious. General Vera del Rey, with somewhat less than 1,000 men the Spanish accounts say 520 had there made such a stand that only about 80 battered soldiers ever emerged from it. The attack cost Lawton about 400 men. The magazine rifle. But the town was now a vast parrot cage of chattering refugees. If, on the road, they were silent, stolid, and serene, in the town they found their tongues and set up such a cackle as one may seldom hear. Notably the women. It is they who invariably confuse the definition of situations, and one could wonder in amaze if this crowd of irresponsible, gabbling hens had already forgotten that this town was the death-bed, so to speak, of scores of gallant men whose blood was not yet dry, whose hands, of the hue of pale amber, stuck from the soil of the hasty burial. On the way to El Caney I had conjured a picture of the women of Santiago, proud in their pain, their despair, dealing glances of defiance, contempt, hatred at the invader; fiery, ferocious ladies, so true to their vanquished and their dead that they spurned the very existence of the low-bred churls who lacked both Velasquez and Cervantes. And instead there was this mere noise, which reminded one alternately of a tea party in Ireland, a village fête in the south of France, and the vacuous morning screech of a swarm of seagulls. Good! There is Dona Maria. This will lower her high head. This will teach her better manners to her neighbours. She wasn't too grand to send her rascal of a servant to borrow a trifle of coffee of me in the morning, and then when I met her on the calle, por Dios, she was too blind to see me. But we are all equal here, no? Little Juan has a sore toe. Yes, Dona Maria, many thanks, many thanks. Juan, do me the favor to be quiet while Dona Maria is asking about your toe. Oh, Dona Maria, we were always poor, always. But you, my heart bleeds when I see how hard this is for you. The old cat, she gives me a head shake. Pushing through the throng in the plaza, we came in sight of the door of the church, and here was a strange scene. The church had been turned into a hospital for Spanish wounded who had fallen into American hands. The interior of the church was too cave-like in its gloom for the eyes of the operating surgeons, so they had had the altar table carried to the doorway, where there was a bright light. Framed then in the black archway was the altar table with the figure of a man upon it. He was naked save for a breech clout, and so close, so clear was the ecclesiastic suggestion that one's mind leaped to a fantasy that this thin, pale figure had just been torn down from a cross. The flash of the impression was like light, and for this instant it illumined all the dark recesses of one's remotest idea of sacrilege, ghastly and wanton. I bring this to you merely as an effect of mental light and shade, if you like, something done in thought similar to that which the French Impressionists do in color, something meaningless and at the same time overwhelming, crushing, monstrous. "Poor devil! I wonder if he'll pull through," said Leighton. An American surgeon and his assistants were intent over the prone figure. They wore white aprons. Something small and silvery flashed in the surgeon's hand. An assistant held the merciful sponge close to the man's nostrils, but he was writhing and moaning in some horrible dream of this artificial sleep. As the surgeon's instrument played, I fancied that the man dreamed that he was being gored by a bull. In his pleading, delirious babble occurred constantly the name of the Virgin, the Holy Mother. "Good morning," said the surgeon. He changed his knife to his left hand and gave me a wet palm. The tips of his fingers were wrinkled, shrunken, like those of a boy who has been in swimming too long. Now, in front of the door there were 3 American sentries, and it was their business to do what? To keep this Spanish crowd from swarming over the operating table? It was perforce a public clinic. They would not be denied. The weaker women and the children jostled according to their might in the rear, while the stronger people, gaping in the front rank, cried out impatiently when the pushing disturbed their long stares. One burned with a sudden gift of public oratory. One wanted to say, "Oh, go away, go away, go away! Leave the man decently alone with his pain, you gogglers. This is not the national sport." But within the church there was an audience of another kind. This was of the other wounded men awaiting their turn. They lay on their brown blankets in rows along the stone floor. Their eyes, too, were fastened upon the operating table, but that was different. Meek-eyed little yellow men lying on the floor, awaiting their turns. One afternoon I was seated with a correspondent friend on the porch of one of the houses at Siboney. A vast man on horseback came riding along at a foot pace. When he perceived my friend, he pulled up sharply. "Whoa! Where's that mule I lent you?" My friend arose and saluted. "I've got him all right, General, thank you," said my friend. The vast man shook his finger. "Don't you lose him now." "No, sir, I won't. Thank you, sir." The vast man rode away. "Who the devil is that?" said I. My friend laughed. "That's General Shafter," said he. I gave $5 for the Bos'n, small, black, spry imp of Jamaica sin. When I first saw him he was the property of a fireman on the Crichton. The fireman had found him, a little wharf rat, in Port Antonio. It was not the purchase of a slave. It was that the fireman believed that he had spent about $5 on a lot of comic supplies for the Bos'n, including a little suit of sailor clothes. The Bos'n was an adroit and fantastic black gamin. His eyes were like white lights, and his teeth were a row of little piano keys. Otherwise he was black. He had both been a jockey and a cabin boy, and he had the manners of a gentleman. After he entered my service I don't think there was ever an occasion upon which he was useful save when he told me quaint stories of Guatemala, in which country he seemed to have lived some portion of his infantile existence. Usually he ran funny errands like little foot races, each about 15 yards in length. At Siboney he slept under my hammock like a poodle, and I always expected that, through the breaking of a rope, I would some night descend and obliterate him. His incompetence was spectacular. When I wanted him to do a thing, the agony of supervision was worse than the agony of personal performance. It would have been easier to have gotten my own spurs or boots or blanket than to have the bother of this little incapable's service. But the good aspect was the humorous view. He was like a boy, a mouse, a scoundrel, and a devoted servitor. He was immensely popular. His name of Bosun became a Siboney stock word. Everybody knew it. It was a name like President McKinley, Admiral Sampson, General Shafter. The Bosun became a figure. One day he approached me with 4 $1 notes in United States currency. He besought me to preserve them for him, and I pompously tucked them away in my riding breeches with an air which meant that his funds were now as safe as if they were in a national bank. Still, I asked with some surprise where he had reaped all this money. He frankly admitted at once that it had been given to him by the enthusiastic soldiery as a tribute to his charm of person and manner. This was not astonishing for Siboney, where money was meaningless. Money was not worth carrying, packing. However, a soldier came to our house one morning and asked, "Got any more tobacco to sell?" As befitted men in virtuous poverty, we replied with indignation, "What tobacco? Why, that tobacco what the little nigger is selling round." I said, "Bosun?" He said, "Yes, master." Wounded men on bloody stretchers were being carried into the hospital next door. "Bosun, you've been stealing my tobacco." His defense was as glorious as the defense of that forlorn hope in romantic history which drew itself up and mutely died. He lied as desperately, as savagely, as hopelessly as ever man fought. One day a delegation from the 33rd Michigan came to me and said, "Are you the proprietor of the Bosun?" I said, "Yes." And they said, "Well, would you please be so kind as to be so good as to give him to us?" A big battle was expected for the next day. "Why," I answered, "if you want him you can have him. But he's a thief, and I won't let him go save on his personal announcement." The big battle occurred the next day, and the Bosun did not disappear in it. But he disappeared in my interest in the battle, even as a waif might disappear in a fog. My interest in the battle made the Bosun dissolve before my eyes. Poor little rascal! I gave him up with pain. He was such an innocent villain. He knew no more of thievery than the whole of it. Anyhow, one was fond of him. He was a natural scoundrel. He was not an educated scoundrel. One cannot bear the educated scoundrel. He was ingenious, simple, honest, abashed ruffianism. I hope the 33rd Michigan did not arrive home naked. I hope the Bosun did not succeed in getting everything. If the Bosun builds a palace in Detroit, I shall know where he got the money. He got it from the 33rd Michigan. Poor little man! He was only 11 years old. He vanished. I had thought to preserve him as a relic, even as one preserves forgotten bayonets and fragments of shell. And now as to the pocket of my riding breeches. It contained $4 in United States currency. "Bosun, Bosun, where are you?" The morning was the morning of battle. I was on San Juan Hill when Lieutenant Hobson and the men of the Merrimac were exchanged and brought into the American lines. Many of us knew that the exchange was about to be made, and gathered to see the famous party. Some of our staff officers rode out with 3 Spanish officers, prisoners, these latter being blindfolded before they were taken through the American position. The army was majestically minding its business in the long line of trenches when its eye caught sight of this little procession. "What's that? What are they going to do?" "They're going to exchange Hobson." wherefore every man who was foot free staked out a claim where he could get a good view of the liberated heroes, and two bands prepared to collaborate on the Star Spangled Banner. There was a very long wait through the sunshiny afternoon. In our impatience we imagined them, the Americans and Spaniards, dickering away out there under the big tree like so many peddlers. Once the massed bands, misled by a rumor, stiffened themselves into that dramatic and breathless moment when each man is ready to blow. But the rumor was exploded in the nick of time. We made ill jokes, saying one to another that the negotiations had found diplomacy to be a failure and were playing freeze-out poker for the whole batch of prisoners. But suddenly the moment came. Along the cut roadway, toward the crowded soldiers, rode three men, and it could be seen that the central one wore the undress uniform of an officer of the United States Navy. Most of the soldiers were sprawled out on the grass, bored and wearied in the sunshine. However, they aroused at the old circus parade, torchlight procession cry, "Here they come!" Then the men of the regular army did a thing. They arose en masse and came to attention. Then the men of the regular army did another thing. They slowly lifted every weather-beaten hat and drooped it until it touched the knee. Then there was a magnificent silence, broken only by the measured hoof-beats of the little company's horses as they rode through the gap. It was solemn, funereal, this splendid, silent welcome of a brave man by men who stood on a hill which they had earned out of blood and death. Simply, honestly, with no sense of excellence, earned out of blood and death. Then suddenly the whole scene went to rubbish. Before he reached the bottom of the hill, Hobson was bowing to right and left like another Boulanger, and above the thunder of the massed bands one could hear the venerable outbreak, "Mr. Hobson, I'd like to shake the hand of the man who—" But the real welcome was that welcome of silence. However, one could thrill again when the tail of the procession appeared, an army wagon containing the bluejackets of the Merrimac Adventure. I remember grinning heads stuck out from under the canvas cover of the wagon, and the army spoke to the navy. "Well, Jackie, how does it feel?" And the navy spoke up and answered, "Great. Much obliged to you fellers for coming here." "Say, Jackie, what did they arrest you for, anyhow? Stealing a dog?" The navy still grinned. Here was no rubbish. Here was the mere exchange of language between men. Some of us fell in behind this small but royal procession and followed it to General Shafter's headquarters, some miles on the road to Siboney. I have a vague impression that I watched the meeting between Shafter and Hobson, but the impression ends there. However, I remember hearing a talk between them as to Hobson's men, and then the bluejackets were called up to hear the congratulatory remarks of the general in command of the Fifth Army Corps. It was a scene in the fine shade of thickly leaved trees. The general sat in his chair, his belly sticking ridiculously out before him, as if he had adopted some form of artificial inflation. He looked like a joss. If the seamen had suddenly begun to burn a few sticks, most of the spectators would have exhibited no surprise. But the words he spoke were proper, clear, quiet, soldierly. The words of one man to others. The jackies were comic. At the bidding of their officer they aligned themselves before the general, grinned with embarrassment one to the other, made funny attempts to correct the alignment, and looked sheepish. They looked sheepish. They looked like bad little boys flagrantly caught. They had no sense of excellence. Here was no rubbish. Very soon after this the end of the campaign came for me. I caught a fever. I am not sure to this day what kind of a fever it was. It was defined variously. I know, at any rate, that I first developed a languorous indifference to everything in the world. Then I developed a tendency to ride a horse even as a man lies on a cot. Then I am not sure. I think I grovelled and groaned about Siboney for several days. My colleagues, Scoville and George Ree, found me and gave me of their best, but I didn't know whether London Bridge was falling down or whether there was a war with Spain. It was all the same. What of it? Nothing of it. Everything had happened, perhaps, but I cared not a jot. Life, death, dishonour, all were nothing to me. All I cared for was pickles. Pickles at any price. Pickles! If I had been the father of 100 suffering daughters, I should have waved them all aside and remarked that they could be damned for all I cared. It was not a mood. One can defeat a mood. It was a physical situation. Sometimes one cannot defeat a physical situation. I heard the talk of Siboney and sometimes I answered, but I was as indifferent as the starfish flung to die on the sands. The only fact in the universe was that my veins burned and boiled. Rhea finally staggered me down to the army surgeon who had charge of the proceedings, and the army surgeon looked me over with a keen, healthy eye. Then he gave a permit that I should be sent home. The manipulation from the shore to the transport was something which was Rhea's affair. I am not sure whether we went in boat or a balloon. I think it was a boat. Rhea pushed me on board, and I swayed meekly and unsteadily towards the captain of the ship, a corpulent, well-conditioned, impickled person, pacing noisily on the spar deck. Ahem! Yes. Well, all right. Have you got your own food? I hope, for Christ's sake, you don't expect us to feed you, do you? Whereupon I went to the rail and weakly yelled at Ray, but he was already afar. The captain was, meantime, remarking in bellows that for Christ's sake I couldn't expect him to feed me. I didn't expect to be fed. I didn't care to be fed. I wished for nothing on earth but some form of painless pause, oblivion. The insults of this old pie-stuffed scoundrel did not affect me then. They affect me now. I would like to tell him that although I like collies, fox terriers, and even screw-curled poodles, I do not like him. He was free to call me superfluous and throw me overboard, but he was not free to coarsely speak to a somewhat sick man. I, in fact, hate him. It is all wrong. I lose whatever ethics I possessed, but I hate him, and I demand that you should imagine a milk cow endowed with a knowledge of navigation and in command of a ship, and perfectly capable of commanding a ship. Oh, well, never mind. I was crawling along the deck when some one pounced violently upon me and thundered, "Who in hell are you, sir?" I said I was a correspondent. He asked me did I know that I had yellow fever. I said no. He yelled, "Well, by God, you isolate yourself, sir." I said, "Where?" At this question he almost frothed at the mouth. I thought he was going to strike me. "Where?" he roared. "How in hell do I know, sir? I know as much about this ship as you do, sir, but you isolate yourself, sir." My clouded brain tried to comprehend these orders. This man was a doctor in the regular army, and it was necessary to obey him, so I bestirred myself to learn what he meant by those guerrilla outcries. "All right, doctor, I'll isolate myself, but I wish you'd tell me where to go." And then he passed into such volcanic humor that I clung to the rail and gasped, "Isolate yourself, sir, isolate yourself. That's all I've got to say, sir. I don't give a goddamn where you go, but when you get there, stay there, sir." So I wandered away and ended up on the deck aft with my head against the flagstaff and my limp body stretched on a little rug. I was not at all sorry for myself. I didn't care a tent peg. And yet, as I look back upon it now, the situation was fairly exciting. A voyage of 4 or 5 days before me, no food, no friends, above all else no friends, isolated on deck, and rather ill. When I returned to the United States I was able to move my feminine friends to tears by an account of this voyage, but after all it wasn't so bad. They kept me on my small reservation aft, but plenty of kindness loomed soon enough. At mess time they slid me a tin plate of something, usually stewed tomatoes and bread. Men are always good men. And at any rate most of the people were in worse condition than I, poor bandaged chaps looking sadly down at the waves. In a way I knew the kind. First lieutenants at 40 years of age, captains at 50, majors at 102, lieutenant colonels at 620, full colonels at 1,000, and brigadiers at 9,768,295 plus. A man had to live 2 billion years to gain eminent rank in the regular army at that time, and of course they all had trembling wives at remote Western posts waiting to hear the worst, the best, or the middle. In rough weather the officers made a sort of common pool of all the sound legs and arms, and by dint of hanging hard to each other they managed to move from their deck chairs to their cabins and from their cabins again to their deck chairs. Thus they lived until the ship reached Hampton Roads. We slowed down opposite the curiously mingled hotels and batteries at Old Point Comfort, and at our masthead we flew the yellow flag, the grim ensign of the plague. Then we witnessed something which informed us that with all this shipload of wounds and fevers and starvations we had forgotten the fourth element of war. We were flying the yellow flag, but a launch came and circled swiftly about us. There was a little woman in the launch, and she kept looking and looking and looking. Our ship was so high that she could see only those who rung at the rail, but she kept looking and looking and looking. It was plain enough, it was all plain enough, but my heart sank with the fear that she was not going to find him. But presently there was a commotion among some black doughboys of the 24th Infantry, and 2 of them ran aft to Colonel Liscum, its gallant commander. Their faces were wreathed in darky grins of delight. "Cunnel, ain't dat Miss Liscum, Cunnel?" "What?" said the old man. He got up quickly and appeared at the rail, his arm in a sling. He cried, "Alice!" The little woman saw him, and instantly she covered up her face with her hands as if blinded with a flash of white fire. She made no outcry. It was all in this simply swift gesture, but we knew them. It told us. It told us the other part. And in a vision we all saw our own harbor lights. That is to say, those of us who had harbor lights. I was almost well, and had defeated the yellow fever charge which had been brought against me, and so I was allowed ashore among the first. And now happened a strange thing. A hard campaign, full of wants and lacks and absences, brings a man speedily back to an appreciation of things long disregarded or forgotten. In camp, somewhere in the woods between Siboney and Santiago, I happened to think of ice cream soda. I had done very well without it for many years. In fact, I think I loathe it. But I got to dreaming of ice cream soda, and I came near dying of longing for it. I couldn't get it out of my mind, try as I would to concentrate my thoughts upon the land crabs and mud with which I was surrounded. It certainly had been an institution of my childhood, but to have a ravenous longing for it in the year 1898 was about as illogical as to have a ravenous longing for kerosene. All I could do was to swear to myself that if I reached the United States again I would immediately go to the nearest soda water fountain and make it look like Spanish Fours. In a loud, firm voice I would say, "Orange, please." And here is the strange thing. As soon as I was ashore I went to the nearest soda water fountain, and in a firm, loud voice I said, "Orange, please." I remember one man who went mad that way over tinned peaches, and who wandered over the face of the earth saying plaintively, "Have you got any peaches?" Most of the wounded and sick had to be tabulated and marshalled in sections and thoroughly officialized, so that I was in time to take a position on the veranda of Chamberlain's Hotel and see my late shipmates taken to the hospital. The veranda was crowded with women in light, charming summer dresses and with spruce officers from the fortress. It was like a bank of flowers. It filled me with awe. All this luxury and refinement and gentle care and fragrance and color seemed absolutely new. Then across the narrow street on the veranda of the hotel there was a similar bank of flowers. 2 companies of volunteers dug a lane through the great crowd in the street and kept the way, and then through this lane there passed a curious procession. I had never known that they looked like that. Such a gang of dirty, ragged, emaciated, half-starved, bandaged cripples I had never seen. Naturally, there were many men who couldn't walk, and some of these were loaded upon a big flat car which was in tow of a trolley car. Then there were many stretchers, slow moving. When the crowd began to pass the hotel, the banks of flowers made a noise which could make one tremble. Perhaps it was a moan, perhaps it was a sob, but no, it was something beyond either a moan or a sob. Anyhow, the sound of women weeping was in it, the sound of women weeping. And how did these men of famous deeds appear when received thus by the people? Did they smirk and look as if they were bursting with the desire to tell everything which had happened? No, they hung their heads like so many jail birds. Most of them seemed to be suffering from something which was like stage fright during the ordeal of this chance but supremely eloquent reception. No sense of excellence, that was it. Evidently they were willing to leave the clacking to all those natural-born major generals who after the war talked enough to make a great fall in the price of that commodity all over the world. The episode was closed, and you can depend upon it that I have told you nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. End of section 17. Story 11. The Second Generation. Parts 1 through 3. 1. Caspar Cadogan resolved to go to the tropic wars and do something. The air was blue and gold with the pomp of soldiering, and in every ear rang the music of military glory. Caspar's father was a United States Senator from the great state of Skowmulligan, where the war fever ran very high. Chill is the blood of many of the sons of millionaires, but Caspar took the fever and posted to Washington. His father had never denied him anything, and this time all that Caspar wanted was a little captaincy in the army, just a simple little captaincy. The old man had been entertaining a delegation of respectable bunco steerers from Skowmulligan who had come to him on a matter which is none of the public's business. Bottles of whiskey and boxes of cigars were still on the table in the sumptuous private parlor. The senator had said, "Well, gentlemen, I'll do what I can for you." By this sentence he meant whatever he meant. Then he turned to his eager son. "Well, Caspar?" The youth poured out his modest desires. It was not altogether his fault. Life had taught him a generous faith in his own abilities. If any one had told him that he was simply an ordinary damned fool, he would have opened his eyes wide at the person's lack of judgment. All his life people had admired him. The Skowmulligan war horse looked with quick disapproval into the eyes of his son. "Well, Caspar," he said slowly, "I am of the opinion that they've got all the golf experts and tennis champions and cotillion leaders and piano tuners and billiard markers that they really need as officers. Now, if you were a soldier—" "I know," said the young man with a gesture, "but I'm not exactly a fool, I hope, and I think if I get a chance I can do something. I'd like to try. I would indeed." The Senator lit a cigar. He assumed an attitude of ponderous reflection. "Yes, but this country is full of young men who are not fools. Full of 'em." Caspar fidgeted in the desire to answer that while he admitted the profusion of young men who were not fools, he felt that he himself possessed interesting and peculiar qualifications which would allow him to make his mark in any field of effort which he seriously challenged. But he did not make this graceful statement, for he sometimes detected something ironic in his father's temperament. The Skowmulligan war horse had not thought of expressing an opinion of his own abilities since the year 1865, when he was young like Caspar. "Well, well," said the Senator finally, "I'll see about it. I'll see about it." The young man was obliged to wait the end of his father's characteristic method of thought. The war horse never gave a quick answer, and if people tried to hurry him they seemed able to arouse only a feeling of irritation against making a decision at all. His mind moved like the wind, but practice had placed a Mexican bit in the mouth of his judgment. This old man of light, quick thought had taught himself to move like an ox cart. Caspar said, "Yes, sir." He withdrew to his club, where, to the affectionate inquiries of some envious friends, he replied, "The old man is letting the idea soak." The mind of the war horse was decided far sooner than Caspar expected. In Washington a large number of well-bred, handsome young men were receiving appointments as lieutenants, as captains, and occasionally as majors. They were a strong, healthy, clean-eyed, educated collection. They were a prime lot. A German field marshal would have beamed with joy if he could have had them to send to school. Anywhere in the world they would have made a grand show as material, but intrinsically they were not lieutenants, captains, and majors. They were fine men, though manhood is only an essential part of a lieutenant, a captain, or a major. But at any rate this arrangement had all the logic of going to sea in a bathing machine. The Senator found himself reasoning that Caspar was as good as any of them, and better than many. Presently he was bleating here and there that his boy should have a chance. "The boy's all right, I tell you, Henry. He's wild to go, and I don't see why they shouldn't give him a show. He's got plenty of nerve, and he's keen as a whiplash. I'm going to get him an appointment, and if you can do anything to help it along, I wish you would." Then he betook himself to the White House and the War Department and made a stir. People think that administrations are always slavishly, abominably anxious to please the machine. They are not. They wish the machine sunk in red fire, for by the power of 10,000 past words, looks, gestures, writings, the machine comes along and takes the administration by the nose and twists it, and the administration dare not even yell. The huge force which carries an election to success looks reproachfully at the administration and says, "Give me a bun." That is a very small thing with which to reward a colossus. The Skowmulligan war horse got his bun and took it to his hotel, where Caspar was moodily reading war rumours. "Well, my boy, here you are." Caspar was a captain and commissary on the staff of Brigadier General Riley, commander of the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Division of the 30th Army Corps. "I had to work for it," said the Senator grimly. "They talked to me as if they thought you were some sort of empty-headed idiot. None of 'em seemed to know you personally. They just sort of took it for granted. Finally I got pretty hot in the collar." He paused a moment. His heavy, grooved face set hard. His blue eyes shone. He clapped a hand down upon the handle of his chair. "Caspar, I've got you into this thing, and I believe you'll do all right, and I'm not saying this because I distrust either your sense or your grit. But I want you to understand you've got to make a go of it. I'm not going to talk any twaddle about your country and your country's flag. You understand all about that. But now you're a soldier, and there'll be this to do and that to do, and fighting to do, and you've got to do every damned one of them, right up to the handle. I don't know how much of a shindy this thing is going to be, but any shindy is enough to show how much there is in a man. You've got your appointment, and that's all I can do for you. But I'll thrash you with my own hands if, when the army gets back, the other fellows say my son is nothing but a good-looking dude." He ceased, breathing heavily. Caspar looked bravely and frankly at his father, and answered in a voice which was not very tremulous, "I'll do my best. This is my chance. I'll do my best with it." The Senator had a marvellous ability of transition from one manner to another. Suddenly he seemed very kind. "Well, that's all right, then. I guess you'll get along all right with Riley. I know him well, and he'll see you through. I helped him along once. And now about this commissary business. As I understand it, a commissary is a sort of caterer in a big way. That is, he looks out for a good many more things than a caterer has to bother his head about. Riley's brigade has probably from 2,000 to 3,000 men in it, and in regard to certain things you've got to look out for every man of 'em every day. I know perfectly well you couldn't successfully run a boarding house in Ocean Grove. How are you going to manage for all these soldiers, eh? Thought about it?" "No," said Caspar, injured. "I didn't want to be a commissary. I wanted to be a captain in the line." "They wouldn't hear of it. They said you would have to take a staff appointment where people could look after you." "Well, let them look after me," cried Caspar resentfully. "But when there's any fighting to be done, I guess I won't necessarily be the last man." "That's it," responded the Senator. "That's the spirit." They both thought that the problem of war would eliminate to an equation of actual battle. Ultimately Caspar departed into the south to an encampment in salty grass under pine trees. Here lay an army corps, 20,000 strong. Caspar passed into the dusty sunshine of it, and for many weeks he was lost to view. II. "Of course I don't know a blamed thing about it," said Caspar frankly and modestly to a circle of his fellow staff officers. He was referring to the duties of his office. Their faces became expressionless. They looked at him with eyes in which he could fathom nothing. After a pause one politely said, "Don't you?" It was the inevitable two words of convention. "Why," cried Caspar, "I didn't know what a commissary officer was until I was one. My old governor told me. He'd looked it up in a book somewhere, I suppose. But I didn't know." "Didn't you?" The young man's face glowed with sudden humour. "Do you know, the word was intimately associated in my mind with camels. Funny, eh? I think it came from reading that rhyme of Kipling's about the commissariat camel." "Did it?" "Yes. Funny, isn't it? Camels." The brigade was ultimately landed at Siboney as part of an army to attack Santiago. The scene at the landing sometimes resembled the inspiriting daily drama at the approach to the Brooklyn Bridge. There was a great bustle, during which the wise man kept his property gripped in his hands, lest it might march off into the wilderness in the pocket of one of the striding regiments. Truthfully, Caspar should have had frantic occupation, but men saw him wandering bootlessly here and there, crying, "Has any one seen my saddle bags? Why, if I lose them I'm ruined. I've got everything packed away in 'em, everything." They looked at him gloomily and without attention. "No," they said. It was to intimate that they would not give a rip if he had lost his nose, his teeth, and his self-respect. Riley's brigade collected itself from the boats and went off, each regiment's soul burning with anger because some other regiment was in advance of it. Moving along through the scrub and under the palms, men talked mostly of things that did not pertain to the business in hand. General Riley finally planted his headquarters in some tall grass under a mango tree. "Where's Cadogan?" he said suddenly, as he took off his hat and smoothed, the wet grey hair from his brow. Nobody knew. "I saw him looking for his saddle bags down at the landing," said an officer dubiously. "Bother him," said the General contemptuously. "Let him stay there." 3 venerable regimental commanders came, saluted stiffly, and sat in the grass. There was a pow wow, during which Reilly explained much that the division commander had told him. The venerable colonels nodded. They understood. Everything was smooth and clear to their minds, but still the colonel of the 44th Regular Infantry murmured about the commissariat, his men, and then he launched forth in a sentiment concerning the privations of his men, in which you were confronted with his feeling that his men were the only creatures of importance in the universe, which feeling was entirely correct for him. Reilly grunted. He did what most commanders did. He set the competent line to doing the work of the incompetent part of the staff. In time Caspar came trudging along the road merrily swinging his saddle bags. "Well, General," he cried as he saluted, "I found 'em." "Did you?" said Reilly. Later an officer rushed to him tragically. "General, Cadogan is off there in the bushes eating potted ham and crackers all by himself." The officer was sent back into the bushes for Caspar, and the General sent Caspar with an order. Then Reilly and the 3 venerable colonels, grinning, partook of potted ham and crackers. "Tasha right," said Reilly with his mouth full. "Dorsey, see if he's got something else." "Mush be selfish young pig," said one of the colonels with his mouth full. "Who's he, General?" "Son, Senator Cadogan. A friend mine, dash him." Caspar wrote a letter. "Dear Father, I am sitting under a tree using the flattest part of my canteen for a desk. Even as I write the division ahead of us is moving forward, and we don't know what moment the storm of battle may break out. I don't know what the plans are. General Reilly knows, but he is so good as to give me very little of his confidence. In fact, I might be part of a forlorn hope from all to the contrary I've heard from him. I understood you to say in Washington that you, at one time, had been of some service to him. But if that is true, I can assure you he has completely forgotten it. At times his manner to me is little short of being offensive, but of course I understand that it is only the way of a crusty old soldier who has been made boorish and bearish by a long life among the Indians. I dare say I shall manage it all right without a row. When you hear that we have captured Santiago, please send me by first steamer a box of provisions and clothing, particularly sardines, pickles, and light-weight underwear. The other men on the staff are nice, quiet chaps, but they seem a bit crude. There has been no fighting yet, save the skirmish by Young's brigade. Reilly was furious because we couldn't get in it. I met General Peel yesterday. He was very nice. He said he knew you well when he was in Congress. Young Jack May is on Peel's staff. I knew him well in college. We spent an hour talking over old times. Give my love to all at home. The march was leisurely. Reilly and his staff strolled out to the head of the long, sinuous column and entered the sultry gloom of the forest. Some less fortunate regiments had to wait among the trees at the side of the trail, and as Reilly's brigade passed them, officer called to officer, classmate to classmate, and in these greetings rang a note of everything from West Point to Alaska. They were going into an action in which they, the officers, would lose over 100 in killed and wounded, officers alone, and these greetings, in which many nicknames occurred, were in many cases farewells such as one pictures being given with ostentation, solemnity, fervour. "There goes Gory Widgeon. Hello, Gory, where are you starting for? Hey, Gory!" Caspar communed with himself and decided that he was not frightened. He was eager and alert. He thought that now his obligation to his country or himself was to be faced, and he was mad to prove to old Riley and the others that after all he was a very capable soldier. 3. Old Riley was stumping along the line of his brigade and mumbling like a man with a mouthful of grass. The fire from the enemy's position was incredible in its swift fury, and Riley's brigade was getting its share of a very bad ordeal. The old man's face was of the colour of a tomato, and in his rage he mouthed and sputtered strangely. As he pranced along his thin line, scornfully erect, voices arose from the grass beseeching him to take care of himself. At his heels scrambled a bugler with pallid skin and clenched teeth, a chalky, trembling youth, who kept his eye on old Riley's back and followed it. The old gentleman was quite mad. Apparently he thought the whole thing a dreadful mess, but now that his brigade was irrevocably in it, he was full tilting, here and everywhere, to establish some irreproachable, immaculate kind of behaviour on the part of every man jack in his brigade. The intentions of the three venerable colonels were the same. They stood behind their lines, quiet, stern, courteous old fellows, admonishing their regiments to be very pretty in the face of such a hail of magazine rifle and machine gun fire as has never in this world been confronted save by beardless savages when the white man has found occasion to take his burden to some new place. And the regiments were pretty. The men lay on their little stomachs and got peppered according to the law and said nothing, as the good blood pumped out into the grass, and even if a solitary rookie tried to get a decent reason to move to some haven of rational men, the cold voice of an officer made him look criminal with a shame that was a credit to his regimental education. Behind Riley's command was a bullet-torn jungle through which it could not move as a brigade. Ahead of it were Spanish trenches on hills. Riley considered that he was in a fix, no doubt, but he said this only to himself. Suddenly he saw on the right a little point of blue-shirted men already halfway up the hill. It was some pathetic fragment of the 6th United States Infantry. Chagrined, shocked, horrified, Riley bellowed to his bugler, and the chalk-faced youth unlocked his teeth and sounded the charge by rushes. The men formed hastily and grimly and rushed. Apparently there awaited them only the fate of respectable soldiers. But they went, because of the opinion of others, perhaps. They went, because no loud-mouthed lot of jailbirds such as the 27th Infantry could do anything that they could not do better. They went, because Riley ordered it. They went, because they went. And yet not a man of them to this day has made a public speech explaining precisely how he did the whole thing, and detailing with what initiative and ability he comprehended and defeated a situation which he did not comprehend at all. Riley never saw the top of the hill. He was heroically striving to keep up with his men when a bullet ripped quietly through his left lung, and he fell back into the arms of the bugler, who received him as he would have received a Christmas present. The three venerable colonels inherited the brigade in swift succession. The senior commanded for about 50 seconds, at the end of which he was mortally shot. Before they could get the news to the next in rank, he too was shot. The junior colonel ultimately arrived with a lean and puffing little brigade at the top of the hill. The men lay down and fired volleys at whatever was practicable. In and out of the ditch-like trenches lay the Spanish dead, lemon-faced corpses dressed in shabby blue and white ticking. Some were huddled down comfortably like sleeping children. One had died in the attitude of a man flung back in a dentist's chair. One sat in the trench with his chin sunk despondently to his breast. Few preserved a record of the agitation of battle. With the greater number it was as if death had touched them so gently, so lightly, that they had not known of it. Death had come to them rather in the form of an opiate than of a bloody blow. But the arrived men in the blue shirts had no thought of the sallow corpses. They were eagerly exchanging a hail of shots with the Spanish second line, whose ash-coloured entrenchments barred the way to a city white amid trees. In the pauses the men talked. "We done the best. Old E Company got there. Why, one time the hull of B Company was behind us." "Jones, he was the first man up. I saw him." "Which Jones?" "Did you see old Two Bars running like a land crab? Made good time, too. He hit only in the high places. He's all right." "The Loot'nant's all right, too. He was a good 10 yards ahead of the best of us. I hated him at the post, but for this here active service there's none of 'em can touch him." "This is mighty different from being at the post." "Well, we done it, and it wasn't because I thought it could be done. When we started I says to myself, 'Well, here goes a lot of damned fools.'" "'Tain't over yet." "Oh, they'll never get us back from here. If they start to chase us back from here we'll pile 'em up so high the last ones can't climb over. We've come this far and we'll stay here. I ain't done panting." "Anything is better than packing through that jungle and getting blistered from front, rear, and both flanks. I'd rather tackle another hill than go trailing in them woods, so thick you can't tell whether you are one man or a division of cavalry." "Where's that young kitchen soldier, Cadogan, or whatever his name is? Ain't seen him to day." "Well, I seen him. He was right in with it. He got shot, too, about halfway up the hill, in the leg. I seen it. He's all right. Don't worry about him. He's all right." "I seen him, too. He done his stunt. As soon as I can get this piece of barbed wire entanglement out of me throat I'll give him a cheer." "He ain't shot at all, because there he stands there. See him?" Rearward the grassy slope was populous with little groups of men searching for the wounded. Riley's brigade began to dig with its bayonets and shovel with its meat ration cans. Section 19. Story 11, The Second Generation, Parts 4 through 6. 4. Senator Cadogan paced to and fro in his private parlor and smoked small, brown, weak cigars. These little wisps seemed utterly inadequate to console such a ponderous satrap. It was the evening of the 1st of July, 1898, and the Senator was immensely excited, as could be seen from the superlatively calm way in which he called out to his private secretary, who was in an adjoining room. The voice was serene, gentle, affectionate, low. "Baker, I wish you'd go over again to the War Department and see if they've heard anything about Caspar." A very bright-eyed, hatchet-faced young man appeared in a doorway, pen still in hand. He was hiding a nettle-like irritation behind all the finished audacity of a smirk, sharp, lying, trustworthy young politician. "I've just got back from there, sir," he suggested. The Skowmulligan war horse lifted his eyes and looked for a short second into the eyes of his private secretary. It was not a glare or an eagle glance. It was something beyond the practice of an actor. It was simply meaning. The clever private secretary grabbed his hat and was at once enthusiastically away. "All right, sir," he cried. "I'll find out." The War Department was ablaze with light, and messengers were running. With the assurance of a retainer of an old house, Baker made his way through much small caliber vociferation. There was rumour of a big victory. There was rumour of a big defeat. In the corridors various watchdogs arose from their armchairs and asked him of his business in tones of uncertainty which in no wise compared with their previous habitual deference to the private secretary of the war horse of Skowmulligan. Ultimately Baker arrived in a room where some kind of head clerk sat writing feverishly at a roll-top desk. Baker asked a question, and the head clerk mumbled profanely without lifting his head. Apparently he said, "How in the blankety-blank blazes do I know?" The private secretary let his jaw fall. Surely some new spirit had come suddenly upon the heart of Washington. a spirit which Baker understood to be almost defiantly indifferent to the wishes of Senator Cadogan, a spirit which was not courteously oily. What could it mean? Baker's fox-like mind sprang wildly to a conception of overturned factions, changed friends, new combinations. The assurance which had come from experience of a broad political situation suddenly left him, and he would not have been amazed if some one had told him that Senator Cadogan now controlled only 6 votes in the state of Skowmulligan. "Well," he stammered in his bewilderment, "well, there isn't any news of the old man's son, eh?" Again the head clerk replied blasphemously. Eventually Baker retreated in disorder from the presence of this head clerk, having learned that the latter did not give a if Caspar Cadogan was sailing through Hades on an ice yacht. Baker stormed other and more formidable officials. In fact, he struck as high as he dared. They one and all flung him short, hard words, even as men pelt an annoying cur with pebbles. He emerged from the brilliant light, from the groups of men with anxious, puzzled faces, and as he walked back to the hotel he did not know if his name were Baker or Cholmondeley. However, as he walked up the stairs to the Senator's rooms he contrived to concentrate his intellect upon a manner of speaking. The war horse was still pacing his parlour and smoking. He paused at Baker's entrance. "Well?" "Mr. Cadogan," said the private secretary coolly, "they told me at the department that they did not give a cuss whether your son was alive or dead." The Senator looked at Baker and smiled gently. "What's that, my boy?" he asked in a soft and considerate voice. "They said," gulped Baker with a certain tenacity, "they said that they didn't give a cuss whether your son was alive or dead." There was a silence for the space of 3 seconds. Baker stood like an image. He had no machinery for balancing the issues of this kind of a situation, and he seemed to feel that if he stood as still as a stone frog he would escape the ravages of a terrible senatorial wrath which was about to break forth in a hurricane speech which would snap off trees and sweep away barns. "Well," drawled the Senator lazily, "who did you see, Baker?" The private secretary resumed a certain usual manner of breathing. He told the names of the men whom he had seen. "Yes," remarked the Senator. He took another little brown cigar and held it with the thumb and first finger, staring at it with the calm and steady scrutiny of a scientist investigating a new thing. "So they don't care whether Caspar is alive or dead, eh? Well, maybe they don't. That's all right. However, I think I'll look in on 'em and state my views." When the Senator had gone, the private secretary ran to the window and leaned afar out. Pennsylvania Avenue was gleaming silver blue in the light of many arc lamps. The cable trains groaned along to the clangour of gongs. From the window the walks presented a hardly diversified aspect of shirt waists and straw hats. Sometimes a newsboy screeched. Baker watched the tall, heavy figure of the Senator moving out to intercept a cable train. "Great Scott!" cried the private secretary to himself. "There'll be 3 distinct kinds of grand, plain practical fireworks. The old man is going for 'em. I wouldn't be in Lascum's boots. Ye gods, what a row there'll be!" In due time the Senator was closeted with some kind of deputy third assistant battery horse in the offices of the War Department. The official obviously had been told off to make a supreme effort to pacify Cadogan, and he certainly was acting according to his instructions. He was almost in tears. He spread out his hands in supplication, and his voice whined and wheedled. "Why, really, you know, Senator, we can only beg you to look at the circumstances. 2 scant divisions at the top of that hill, over 1,000 men killed and wounded, the line so thin that any strong attack would smash our army to flinders. The Spaniards have probably received reinforcements under Pando. Shafter seems to be too ill to be actively in command of our troops. Lawton can't get up with his division before to morrow. We are actually expecting no, I wouldn't say expecting, but we would not be surprised, nobody in the department would be surprised, if before daybreak we were compelled to give to the country the news of a disaster which would be the worst blow the national pride has ever suffered. Don't you see? Can't you see our position, Senator?" The Senator, with a pale but composed face, contemplated the official with eyes that gleamed in a way not usual with the big, self‐controlled politician. "I'll tell you frankly, sir," continued the other, "I'll tell you frankly that at this moment we don't know whether we are afoot or a horseback. Everything is in the air. We don't know whether we have a glorious victory or simply got ourselves in a deuce of a fix." The Senator coughed. "I suppose my boy is with the two divisions at the top of the hill? He's with Riley?" "Yes. Riley's brigade is up there." "And when do you suppose the War Department can tell me if he is all right? I want to know." "My dear Senator, frankly I don't know. Again I beg you to think of our position. The army is in a muddle. It's a general thinking that he must fall back, and yet not sure that he can fall back without losing the army. Why, we're worrying about the lives of 16,000 men and the self‐respect of the nation, Senator." "I see," observed the Senator, nodding his head slowly. "And naturally the welfare of one man's son doesn't—how do they say it?—doesn't cut any ice." 5. And in Cuba it rained. In a few days Riley's brigade discovered that by their successful charge they had gained the inestimable privilege of sitting in a wet trench and slowly but surely starving to death. Men's tempers crumbled like dry bread. The soldiers who so cheerfully, quietly, and decently had captured positions which the foreign experts had said were impregnable, now in turn underwent an attack which was furious as well as insidious. The heat of the sun alternated with rains which boomed and roared in their falling like mountain cataracts. It seemed as if men took the fever through sheer lack of other occupation. During the days of battle none had had time to get even a tropic headache, but no sooner was that brisk period over than men began to shiver and shudder by squads and platoons. Rations were scarce enough to make a little fat strip of bacon seem of the size of a corner lot, and coffee grains were pearls. There would have been godless quarrelling over fragments if it were not that with these fevers came a great listlessness, so that men were almost content to die, if death required no exertion. It was an occasion which distinctly separated the sheep from the goats. The goats were few enough, but their qualities glared out like crimson spots. One morning Jameson and Ripley, two captains in the 44th Foot, lay under a flimsy shelter of sticks and palm branches. Their dreamy, dull eyes contemplated the men in the trench which went to left and right. To them came Caspar Cadogan moaning. "By Jove!" he said, as he flung himself wearily on the ground. "I can't stand much more of this, you know. It's killing me." A bristly beard sprouted through the grime on his face, his eyelids were crimson, an indescribably dirty shirt fell away from his roughened neck, and at the same time various lines of evil and greed were deepened on his face, until he practically stood forth as a revelation, a confession. "I can't stand it, by Jove, I can't." Stanford, a lieutenant under Jameson, came stumbling along toward them. He was a lad of the class of '98 at West Point. It could be seen that he was flaming with fever. He rolled a calm eye at them. "Have you any water, sir?" he said to his captain. Jameson got upon his feet and helped Stanford to lay his shaking length under the shelter. "No, boy. he answered gloomily. "Not a drop. You got any, Rip?" "No," answered Ripley, looking with anxiety upon the young officer. "Not a drop." "You, Cadogan?" Here Caspar hesitated oddly for a second, and then in a tone of deep regret made answer. "No, Captain, not a mouthful." Jameson moved off weakly. "You lay quietly, Stanford, and I'll see what I can rustle." Presently Caspar felt that Ripley was steadily regarding him. He returned the look with one of half guilty questioning. "God forgive you, Cadogan," said Ripley, "but you are a damned beast. Your canteen is full of water." Even then the apathy in their veins prevented the scene from becoming as sharp as the words sounded. Caspar sputtered like a child, and at length merely said, "No, it isn't." Stanford lifted his head to shoot a keen, proud glance at Caspar, and then turned away his face. "You lie," said Ripley. "I can tell the sound of a full canteen as far as I can hear it." "Well, if it is, I must have forgotten it." "You lie. No man in this army just now forgets whether his canteen is full or empty. Hand it over." Fever is the physical counterpart of shame, and when a man has the one he accepts the other with an ease which would revolt his healthy self. However, Caspar made a desperate struggle to preserve the forms. He arose, and taking the string from his shoulder, passed the canteen to Ripley. But after all there was a whine in his voice, and the assumption of dignity was really a farce. "I think I had better go, Captain. You can have the water if you want it, I'm sure, but I fail to see what reason you have for insulting me." "Do you?" said Ripley stolidly. "That's all right." Caspar stood for a terrible moment. He simply did not have the strength to turn his back on this affair. It seemed to him that he must stand for ever and face it. But when he found the audacity to look again at Ripley he saw the latter was not at all concerned with the situation. Ripley, too, had the fever. The fever changes all laws of proportion. Caspar went away. "Here, youngster, here is your drink." Stanford made a weak gesture. "I wouldn't touch a drop from his blamed canteen if it was the last water in the world," he murmured in his high, boyish voice. "Don't you be a young jackass," quoth Ripley tenderly. The boy stole a glance at the canteen. He felt the propriety of arising and hurling it after Caspar, but he, too, had the fever. "Don't you be a young jackass," said Ripley again. 6. Senator Cadogan was happy. His son had returned from Cuba, and the 8:30 train that evening would bring him to the station nearest to the stone and red shingle villa which the Senator and his family occupied on the shores of Long Island Sound. The Senator's steam yacht lay some 100 yards from the beach. She had just returned from a trip to Montauk Point, where the Senator had made a gallant attempt to gain his son from the transport on which he was coming from Cuba. He had fought a brave sea fight with sundry petty little doctors and ship's officers, who had raked him with broadsides, describing the laws of quarantine, and had used inelegant speech to a United States Senator as he stood on the bridge of his own steam yacht. These men had grimly asked him to tell exactly how much better was Caspar than any other returning soldier. But the Senator had not given them a long fight. In fact, the truth came to him quickly, and with almost a blush he had ordered the yacht back to her anchorage off the villa. As a matter of fact, the trip to Montauk Point had been undertaken largely from impulse. Long ago the Senator had decided that when his boy returned the greeting should have something Spartan in it. He would make a welcome such as most soldiers get. There should be no flowers and carriages when the other poor fellows got none. He should consider Caspar as a soldier. That was the way to treat a man. But in the end a sharp acid of anxiety had worked upon the iron old man, until he had ordered the yacht to take him out and make a fool of him. The result filled him with a chagrin which caused him to delegate to the mother and sisters the entire business of succouring Caspar at Montauk Point Camp. He had remained at home, conducting the huge correspondence of an active national politician, and waiting for his son, whom he so loved and whom he so wished to be a man of a certain strong, taciturn, shrewd ideal. The recent yacht voyage he now looked upon as a kind of confession of his weakness, and he was resolved that no more signs should escape him. But yet his boy had been down there against the enemy and among the fevers. There had been grave perils, and his boy must have faced them. And he could not prevent himself from dreaming through the poetry of fine actions, in which visions his son's face shone out manly and generous. During these periods the people about him, accustomed as they were to his silence and calm in times of stress, considered that affairs in Skowmulligan might be most critical. In no other way could they account for his exaggerated phlegm. On the night of Caspar's return he did not go to dinner, but had a tray sent to his library, where he remained, writing. At last he heard the spin of the dog cart's wheels on the gravel of the drive, and a moment later there penetrated to him the sound of joyful feminine cries. He lit another cigar. He knew that it was now his part to bide with dignity the moment when his son should shake off that other welcome and come to him. He could still hear them. In their exuberance they seemed to be capering like school children. He was impatient, but this impatience took the form of a polar stolidity. Presently there were quick steps and a jubilant knock at his door. "Come in," he said. In came Caspar, thin, yellow, and in soiled khaki. "They almost tore me to pieces," he cried, laughing. "They danced around like wild things." Then, as they shook hands, he dutifully said, "How are you, sir?" "How are you, my boy?" answered the Senator, casually but kindly. "Better than I might expect, sir," cried Caspar cheerfully. "We had a pretty hard time, you know." "You look as if they'd given you a hard run," observed the father in a tone of slight interest. Caspar was eager to tell. "Yes, sir," he said rapidly. "We did indeed. Why, it was awful. Any of us, were lucky to get out of it alive. It wasn't so much the Spaniards, you know. The army took care of them all right. It was the fever and we couldn't get anything to eat. And the mismanagement. Why, it was frightful." "Yes, I've heard," said the Senator. A certain wistful look came into his eyes, but he did not allow it to become prominent. Indeed, he suppressed it. "And you, Caspar? I suppose you did your duty?" Caspar answered with becoming modesty. "Well, I didn't do more than anybody else, I don't suppose. But I got along all right, I guess." "And this great charge up San Juan Hill?" asked the father slowly. "Were you in that?" "Well, yes, I was in it," replied the son. The Senator brightened a trifle. "You were, eh? In the front of it? Or just sort of going along?" "Well, I don't know. I couldn't tell exactly. Sometimes I was in front of a lot of 'em, and sometimes I was just sort of going along." This time the Senator emphatically brightened. "That's all right, then. And of course, you performed your commissary duties correctly?" The question seemed to make Caspar uncommunicative and sulky. "I did, when there was anything to do," he answered. "But the whole thing was on the most unbusinesslike basis you can imagine. And they wouldn't tell you anything. Nobody would take time to instruct you in your duties, and of course if you didn't know a thing your superior officer would swoop down on you and ask you why in the deuce such and such a thing wasn't done in such and such a way. Of course I did the best I could." The Senator's countenance had again become sombrely indifferent. "I see. But you weren't directly rebuked for incapacity, were you?" "No, of course you weren't. But did any of your superior officers suggest that you were no good, or anything of that sort? Did you come off with a clean slate?" Caspar took a small time to digest his father's meaning. "Oh, yes, sir," he cried at the end of his reflection. "The commissary was in such a hopeless mess anyhow that nobody thought of doing anything but curse Washington." "Of course," rejoined the Senator harshly. "But supposing that you had been a competent and well trained commissary officer, what then?" Again the son took time for consideration, and in the end deliberately replied: "Well, if I had been a competent and well trained commissary, I would have sat there and eaten up my heart and cursed Washington." "Well, then, that's all right. And now about this charge up San Juan. Did any of the generals speak to you afterward, and say that you had done well? Didn't any of them see you?" "Why, no, I don't suppose they did, any more than I did them. You see, this charge was a big thing and covered lots of ground, and I hardly saw anybody excepting a lot of the men." "Well, didn't any of the men see you? Weren't you ahead some of the time, leading them on and waving your sword?" Caspar burst into laughter. "Why, no, I had all I could do to scramble along and try to keep up. And I didn't want to go up at all." "Why?" demanded the Senator. Because the Spaniards were shooting so much. And you could see men falling and the bullets rushing around you by the bushel. And then at last it seemed that if we once drove them away from the top of the hill there would be less danger. So we all went up." The Senator chuckled over this description. "And you didn't flinch at all?" "Well," rejoined Caspar humorously, "I won't say I wasn't frightened." "No, of course not. But then you did not let anybody know it?" "Of course not." "You understand, naturally, that I am bothering you with all these questions because I desire to hear how my only son behaved in the crisis. I don't want to worry you with it. But if you went through the San Juan charge with credit, I'll have you made a major." "Well," said Caspar, "I wouldn't say I went through that charge with credit. I went through it all good enough, but the enlisted men around me went through in the same way." "But weren't you encouraging them and leading them on by your example?" Caspar smirked. He began to see a point. "Well, sir," he said with a charming hesitation, I dare say I was doing my share of it." The perfect form of the reply delighted the father. He could not endure blatancy. His admiration was to be won only by a bashful hero. Now he beat his hand impulsively down upon the table. "That's what I wanted to know. That's it exactly. I'll have you made a major next week. You've found your proper field at last. You stick to the army, Caspar, and I'll back you up. That's the thing. In a few years it will be a great career. The United States is pretty sure to have an army of about 150,000 men, and starting in when you did, and with me to back you up, why, we'll make you a general in 7 or 8 years. That's the ticket. You stay in the army." The Senator's cheek was flushed with enthusiasm, and he looked eagerly and confidently at his son. But Caspar had pulled a long face. "The army?" he said. "Stay in the army?" The Senator continued to outline quite rapturously his idea of the future. "The army, evidently, is just the place for you. You know as well as I do that you have not been a howling success exactly in anything else which you have tried. But now the army just suits you. It is the kind of career which especially suits you. Well, then, go in, and go at it hard. Go in to win. Go at it." "But " began Caspar. The Senator interrupted swiftly. "Oh, don't worry about that part of it. I'll take care of all that. You won't get jailed in some Arizona adobe for the rest of your natural life. There won't be much more of that anyhow, and besides, as I say, I'll look after all that end of it. The chance is splendid. A young, healthy, and intelligent man, with the start you've already got, and with my backing, can do anything. Anything. There will be a lot of active service. Oh, yes, I'm sure of it, and anybody who—" "But," said Caspar, wan, desperate, heroic, "father, I don't care to stay in the army." The Senator lifted his eyes and darkened. "What?" he said. "What's that?" He looked at Caspar. The sun became tightened and wizened like an old miser trying to withhold gold. He replied with a sort of idiot obstinacy: "I don't care to stay in the army." The Senator's jaw clenched down, and he was dangerous. But after all, there was something mournful somewhere. "Why? What do you mean?" he asked gruffly. "Why, I couldn't get along, you know. The " "The what?" demanded the father, suddenly uplifted with thunderous anger. "The what?" Caspar's pain found a sort of outlet in mere irresponsible talk. "Well, you know, the other men, you know. I couldn't get along with them, you know. They're peculiar somehow, odd. I didn't understand them and they didn't understand me. We didn't hitch somehow. They're a queer lot. They've got funny ideas. I don't know how to explain it exactly, but somehow I don't like 'em. That's all there is to it. They're good enough fellows, I know, but " "Oh, well, Caspar," interrupted the Senator. Then he seemed to weigh a great fact in his mind. "I guess " He paused again in profound consideration. "I guess " He lit a small brown cigar. "I guess you are no damn good." End of Project Gutenberg's Wounds in the Rain, War Stories, by Stephen Crane